Okay, here we are with Distant Foreign Fields, a World War I grand campaign, sort of. Or several operational games that can be linked together. It's kind of a weird situation. The level of detail is a little larger, I think, than the level of detail that something like La Grande Guerre provides. Yet less than, say, if you were to link together Der Weltkrieg. It's kind of a funny beast. One of the reasons I picked it up, one, I was in my game horror stage where I was buying everything that sounded interesting. But in some ways, it reminded me of La Grande Guerre when I looked at some of the descriptions. The things it covered are similar things to some of the stuff that La Grande Guerre covers. It's not. After having read the rules, which it's been about 3 weeks since I read them, in part because I had to put the counters together, and I did something complaining about the components, the counters in particular, in the game. But you can see, like, the maps are all these disjoint things. Now, some of them are taped together because those are fronts. So I had to cut the edge off a map and tape it together, using tape to keep some of the bulging out. This is a real problem because these maps aren't strictly creased. They were kind of vaguely folded inside to an extent that there's like this rounded thing on them. This one doesn't matter too much. Yeah, I mean, I was hoping it has technology in it, but nowhere near the same kind of cool kind of selection mechanism that LGG uses. It has national morale. It uses it in an interesting way. The morale is actually linked to your production in this game, which is kind of weird. But it doesn't have, the kind of collapses of morale that happen in La Grande Guerre, where the game could end randomly almost at any time if you got a really horrible sequence of die rolls. And as the war continues, it becomes more and more possible. I've had to add an extra light in there. I got these little covers for these guys. I thought I had them for this one. I don't know where I got this one from. I had 3 of these lamps at one point. And one of them I can't figure out. Like, there's 2 that feel weird. One of them I can't figure out at all. Maybe I had it on a light switch or something, where the shields do work, but a regular bulb doesn't go in the lower socket. It needs something weird. I don't know what. I'm not familiar with that kind of screw-in, but on the other hand, I may have bought bulbs like that, or I may own them, like the ones that go in the bathroom. Well, not my bathroom, but the downstairs bathroom may have bulbs like that. This bathroom may have them. I don't know. Like, I've got this weird thing, and I've never had to replace those bulbs. I don't use that bathroom very much. Yes, and I couldn't get the covers to fit on top of these, but I don't have covers for it. So I think this may have been a garbage find. Maybe both of them are. Maybe, I don't know. But I seem to remember having 3 of these lamps at one point, but maybe I only had 2. Not really sure. Anyway, these black ones I got at an IKEA. or IKEA. Anyway, let's get back to the game, right? Okay. Yeah, so it handles technology, but it handles them with a deck of cards. And most of it, I don't know, you have a choice of when to reveal that you have this new technology or whatever. It doesn't morph in like technology in Lagrange-Gare. Once one person gets a technology, the other person gets it like 3 months later or something. I've got the units partially set up. There's a stacking limit of 2 in the game, and obviously I'm violating the shit out of that. These pieces are where they're centered, where their army is centered, or in some cases, where a stack of pieces is centered. I don't want to complete the setup or I didn't complete the setup because I feel like I need to understand the rules fully to understand how to disposition my troops best. I'm not absolutely certain that it's going to help. I kind of know anyway. But also there's another element to the setup that hasn't been accounted for yet. Let's talk a little bit about these counters. So this counter, which I can't focus in on for some reason. There we go. Has a line up on the 3 dots. That means it'll be deployed initially with 3 dots, and whenever it's built with 3 dots. And that's its strength. Now I had to glue this other side to it in order to make the game at all playable. I guess I could have huge sorted forces by number and be hunting them down all the time. This was a lot of work, and it's not how I ended up losing a counter. I've dealt with all the others, but one counter squirted out of my hand while I was like sorting the piles before I decided whether or not I was going to glue them or not. Hit me in the chest, and then I don't know what happened. Wouldn't it be it? Well, it might be anywhere, to be honest, because I think what happened was it shot into my clothing, and even though I kind of checked my clothing, it's the only way that it could not be visible that I can think of, given how much I've looked for it in the room where the squirt happened. And if it like fell into like a pocket in my jacket or something, then maybe I transferred it to who knows where. And I may find it at some point, but one of the German counters, I had to write the values of the other side on it. So anyway, I've got these sorted like this, but I don't know what their initial strengths are. And this is kind of a pain in the ass. I don't think I went into this too much, but I've got this whole list of all the counters with their starting strength. And in some cases I can't tell because like that line on the top, my eyes aren't good enough to see a line in some cases. In some cases they are. So I'm going to have to make this cross-reference here with all the units that are on the board. And I figured I'd do that as I was setting up because the sorting and everything took a certain amount of effort. Because in the setup itself, it doesn't tell you those starting strengths. I guess it's assumed you can read it off the counter. I found these counters very, very difficult to read. The numbers on them, the starting setup and everything. My eyes are getting worse, and the light here isn't that great, but man, it's no better in my bedroom where I did the sorting. Really, really like a bad system overall. The counters are going to be the bane of this game in a lot of ways. And I did kind of, the best I can do with putting something together, but it's a little half-assed. Some of the counters are very obvious that there's a little bit of overhang or something. Plus, the counters had to be cut separately. Now, I didn't have to do this. The prior owner did this. I don't think he ever played the game, to be honest. And he may have done the clipping. Maybe I did that. I'm not sure. But he had to hand carve all the counters. They weren't die cut or anything. which, wow, that kind of sucks too. There's just a lot about this. It was a very, a cheap production compared to what you're used to from the bigger companies. But anyway, we have a significant amount of different terrain colors that you can see here. And we got a little terrain effect, a terrain map key here to give us this. Then we have these little additions. Now, there's supposed to be a US unit on this map. I find that incredibly bothersome because it would actually be possible, I think. I don't know, maybe not. For the Germans to reach here, it's highly unlikely. Now, this doesn't connect directly. There's like distances for all these connections, some of which make a lot of sense. For example, having the Western Front, a few towns near the Western Front, connecting to this, through this little abstraction, and then a connection between the West and East Front, going from Berlin to this Western Front extension kind of makes sense. This, I think, is mainly going to be used as the deployment for the U.S. troops anyway, so maybe there's no reason for the U.S. to get there. But Berlin is not... I could see some sort of outflank actually taking you there. Now, of course, this is, I think, Paris. It's not Paris. Paris is down here. And the connections to this are at A and D, running along here. There's really not a lot of room to outflank Paris, which is part of the Schlieffen plan. And I don't know. I don't know if these connect directly to it. We'll see. I think they actually do. So this is just sort of floating there. I would have rather had something that I cut apart and paste those directly on so that I could see what was going on. Anyway. And again, Berlin, a real stretch goal for the Allies to reach either of these maps. We've got similarly a stretch goal with St. Petersburg up there, connecting in there. And then, things like the Austria map, it doesn't, I think, directly connect. So this can take you either to the East Front map or the Baltic map. Again, I've seen games where Austria is, where Berlin is threatened in a World War I game. Not Berlin. Vienna is threatened in a World War I game, not Berlin. I've definitely seen situations where some of this map disjunction might actually be a problem. Now, it may have been threatened more from here than it would be from this side, but I can see where this is going to be kind of problematic. Anyway, the game has 6 fronts. The West Front with its additions, the East Front, the Italian Front, the Balkan Front, and then Middle East and Transcaucasus. And they should each have their own weather. The Middle East doesn't. It's always sunny in Cairo or something like that. Is there a Philadelphia down here? I'm trying to remember. I feel like there was a Philadelphia before the U.S. Philadelphia. And obviously it's a Greek name, but it would be, but I don't know where it was. It would be during the Hellenistic period. I just feel like I would rather have connected maps, at least the capability to cut and glue if that's what they're supposed to be. And I think this one is. essentially supposed to be able to, but I'm not entirely sure. So this has, like you would, I'm not even sure the scale is the same, because that's another factor. So here you've got a movement equal 8. Here you've got a movement equal 4. This covers a larger region of the board, so the movement point allowances for units changes based on which map you're on. So you couldn't put the Seine edition map on the west front. You could probably put this one on if you cut it together, if it is an exact correspondence, which I think it is. The Berlin one has a map movement of 4. That one, I can't read it. I zoomed in, but then zoomed out. That one's going to have, oh wait, this has a movement of 2, so this is a huge amount of area here. But this one, okay, the East Front only has a movement of 4, which means, again, this is, and it's kind of apparent, this is covering a lot of territory, as is this one. Italy maybe as well. And essentially they just blew up. Italy's got an 8, which puts it the same as the West Front. Basically, they're covering a lot more territory on these Eastern maps, which is why they look kind of odd, but they do actually cover everything you want. Transcaucasus is 4. This is a movement of 3. Again, you know, a lot of territory being covered. The rules themselves, I don't know. We'll see as we go through them. Again, it's been 3 weeks. I felt like they were understandable, largely. I'm more worried about the components and about some of the decisions that were made in the game. I'm going to plug this in and go back to watching. I'm watching these, like, it's a Sunday, so I don't have news to watch. I'm watching these movies, these videos that compare a movie to the historical analysis. And I don't know, I've been caught up in some. Now I'm watching one on the Gettysburg movie, which is going to get good reviews. I didn't think it was as good a movie as, I kind of don't like the point of view, and it's the point of view of the source book, Killer Angels. And, but it is putting me kind of in the mood to like crack out TSS, which I probably shouldn't want to do. I mean, I don't need to, but man, that would be a nostalgic journey, and I think I'd have a lot of fun with it. But this is what I have to do right now, unfortunately. All right, I will be back later then. I left a couple of the components out. The cards, had to cut them out of the stock myself, much like the counters. These were not cut, so again, maybe the original owner played an operational scenario or something. I thought about trying to do that to get a feel for it, but honestly, I don't think the actual movement in combat in this game is all that complex. It's nothing like La Grande Guerre. Got a couple of these player aids. This one gives you some of the scenario maps. And then this one, God knows what it gives you. Sequence of play, along with seasonal turn sequence, weather, which is indeed random. Key issues that change the national morale. Some reminders on the monthly goals, what units cost, the terrain effects chart, tiny terrain effects chart. Going to be kind of a pain, but it's not too complicated looking. The number of event cards you get a turn, and some special rules having to do with naval operations, basically. Navies are abstract in this. basically you either have the capacity to operate in certain sea zones or not. It's just focused on the land war here. A couple of dice that look fine. All right. Now here it says 3,600 counters. Somebody wrote in 3,500. I'm assuming that's an errata. Talked a little bit about the maps. They have different movement points that you have on the maps. Therefore, there's no need for, or no wish even, to have movement points being placed on the counters. The only information the counters have, other than their unit designation and when they come in, is the strength on them, which is the number of dots they have. This is kind of an annoyance to me. I've never liked those rotate the counters with 4 different sets of numbers. This has 2 different sets of numbers and 2 on the back. And again, something I've complained about a lot, which is that you have to glue the counters together. I think I'd rather have the dots on 4 different sides. Some of the information on them is hard to read. In particular, the line that goes through the dots that tells you what the starting strength of units are, which is of some importance. They're giving information. So essentially the letter connections on certain maps, in particular these guys, where it's going to say, not that. I'm looking for the ones. So for example, these A, B, C, Ds, those count as if they're the same hex. Like it costs one movement to move across them, as if they're adjacent to each other. Now, different map fronts is done only with rail lines without restriction on which rail lines connect to which rail lines. For example, if you're going, so here it's talking about like Baltic front. That means I go off there and I have to use rail movement to get onto the Baltic front. And we'll see how that works. The Balkan and Eastern front, however, are connected as though they're map additions with letters going into them there. I don't have them perfectly aligned. I guess I could. They're the same size. I don't know if that's accurate. You know, for example, we have the Russian border to Romania going here. Feels like the scale is different. And I don't remember if it is. This is a 4 scale. This is a 4 scale in terms of how many movement points you get. But the number of hexes wouldn't align properly, so you couldn't even connect these if they were there. Something I didn't point out. These numbers here, that's going to be the national morale value of a location. We also have forts on the board. Now, this is weird. Forts can't be constructed or destroyed. There are a bunch of extra forts beyond what's initially set up. I don't know why that is. There's like 1 extra 3, but tons of extra 1s and 2s. Now, in addition, there's trenches, which also have that kind of number, and similar effects to the forts. There are advantages to both forts and trenches. You might want, I believe you're allowed to dismantle your forts. You might want to do that. because trenches might be better for how you're defending something at certain times. We'll have to hit that in a little bit. Budapest spans 2 hexes. A river divides it. It's worth 8 national will each. No, each hex is worth 4. This is... Okay, I can't find... There it is. It's just given a single number. I would much rather have 2 4-point numbers in there. There's not really a great reason for that. What do these little things mean? I think that means you're allowed to produce stuff in them. Because the actual points... Where's my map key? Fuck, I can't find it now. Here it is. Yeah, that's a supply center. Okay, so that's where your supply points are produced. I don't know if troops are produced there. Supply is one of the way supply is handled in this is one of the more significant factors in this game, I think. And this stupid sticky on both sides tape, not sticky on both, removable tape doesn't stick very well. I had a little fix for it here. I'm using some masking tape over the removable tape to hold it down, and I'll probably have to do that elsewhere because this one's not holding. I mean, it's not that big a deal. I flattened them as much as I could. Gallipoli must be captured by the Allies before the Allies can land any units on the coast north and west of Gallipoli in the Sea of Marmara. And it looks like a town, you know. It's not very valuable on its own. The rivers on the Nile Delta are considered rivers on the hex sides they travel along. So this is all river. The hex bisected by the Gulf of Suez is impassable. Okay. This hex. Yeah. Okay. Okay, most of the turns are a month long, except in August and September of 1914, they're going to be... the turns are 1 week each. At the end of each turn, the month counter is moved ahead. Seasonal turns are when you're going to purchase units and supplies. I'm very worried about the supply rolls. That's the one thing that I wish that I kind of wish I had practiced on an operational map with, and I may find myself having fucked up so much that I ruined the game early on by expending too much supply. Basically, you're going to be buying units and supply from the same number of production. And you have to kind of understand how much supply you're going to need. And that's not necessarily like, I'm worried that I'm going to fuck that up and end up losing larger amounts of territory or whatever than I probably should, because I maybe produced too many troops and not enough supply. Compare that to La Grande Guerre, where yes, you do have to buy your artillery ammo, but basically, do you buy your artillery ammo? I think so. But basically, you're able to pretty much afford everything that you're allowed to build until, well, yeah, because you've got manpower limits on the troops themselves. Okay. For the period of August and September, the Western Front is played in weekly turns, separate from the Balkan and Eastern fronts. During the fourth weekly turns of August and September, play is extended to the Balkan and Eastern fronts. During the first 3 weekly turns of August and September 1914, the Western Front is the only map in play. On the fourth weekly turns of August and September, the West, East, and Balkan fronts are in play. So you're going to have a more compressed or a more expanded time frame for the initial war on the West Front. Quite a bit happens in the East, too, in a way. I'm just, yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. I'm thinking like the Germans didn't make a lot of hay out of their eventual success in Tannenberg and stuff. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. But it's going to be kind of weird. But other games like La Grande Guerre or World War I or the Great War, well, the Great War, not so much World War I think, distinguish nicely about between the mobile warfare and the trench warfare. This, it kind of feels like they're doing a weird sort of fix just on the Western Front to make that. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it feels. The dice. Okay. So the strength of a unit is the die roll it needs to hit on. Die roll modifiers are actually not die roll modifiers. They're die roll target modifiers or something like that. So they give the example here. If an infantry with a strength of 3 has a +1 DRM because of a terrain bonus, the infantry hits on a die roll of 4 or less instead of 3 or less. In the case of a -1, the infantry it feels to, when I was reading through the modifiers, I'm like, it feels like they're going the opposite direction than they should. And then there's this description, and it's like, yeah, it's not a die roll modifier at all. If the modifier calls a hit value of a unit to go below 1, 2 dice are rolled, and you need double ones in order to score a single hit. No matter how low the hit value goes, you can always hit on that 1 in 100 chance. Zeros, I think, are 10s in this. Yeah. DRMs do not technically the die itself. You have problems with this kind of wording throughout it. I wonder sometimes if it's a foreign, like a translation of something. I don't think so, but I don't have information on the company right now. But yeah, there's a sloppiness to that. Like, they do not technically affect the die itself. They modify the die roll needed to score a hit. Yeah, that's a weird way to call it then. It's essentially a 2-player game, but you can split it up by front or by other means. But there's no victory conditions beyond the 2-player. Okay. So there's 2 different types of turns, seasonal turns and monthly turns. And then they decide to talk about the seasonal turns first. Seasonal turns are going to be your production turns. First thing, force pool replenishment. You get new units that are going to show up on that seasonal turn. And they just show up in the force pools. The force pools are over there. I've got this big counter storage area. I don't think it's reasonable to use. I felt like I need to use the counter trays to keep things all sorted. So because of location of everything and all those aspects, I may end up moving force pools, especially for the active powers. So you'll notice I've got inactive powers set up. So like the Turks, their units start the board on the game, or the game on the board. Strangely, so does the U.S. It's got a division in France at the beginning of the Grand Campaign setup, which just upsets me to no end. I'm not going to put it in until the turn the U.S. shows up. I'll let it, show up there, but because I think that's what is intended. But I feel like the same map can be used within the course of the game. This is listed in the order of battle 11.0. Okay. I guess it sort of is. So you've got the date of entry listed here, going up this this sort of center column. They've got the this in the wrong place. So like, let me try to keep that. You got the unit name, which is this big section here. Entry date, which should be over here. And then entry and max strength. 4 is the entry strength, 4 is the max strength there. Here it would be 3 is the entry, 4 is the max. I don't know. It's just weirdly, and that's the only place where this is. So like other nations are just skewed together. We'll try to work this as best as we can. Those come in on the quarterly or the seasonal turns. I need to swap batteries. I guess I'll do that so that we can get a little bit more in before I break again. Little bits of tape have pooched up again. These just don't hold. They're made out of the same stuff that like Post-it notes are in terms of the stickiness factor. And that allows them not to damage anything, but they also don't anchor stuff very well at all. Okay, purchasing phase. Players simultaneously make their purchases of combat units. This is increasing the strength of a unit, like from 3 to 4. Reinforcements. This is going to be creating units out of your force pool and putting them in production locations. Gas and supplies. You use your national morale points. Now, the game has a bad tendency to get national morale and national morale points confused. And will sometimes talk about like things that should be affecting your national morale as if it's national morale points. To purchase these units, thus if a nation's national morale level, here they're nice about it, but sometimes they put NMP where they mean NM, is 60, a player may purchase 60 NMP worth of units and supplies. There's a chart. The chart is not adjusted after making purchases, so you calculate how much you can purchase on a separate piece of paper. The NM chart is not a record of the amount of NMPs on hand. It's the nation's morale level for the nation. Actual things that happen on the board are going to change that national morale and thus increase and decrease your production capability. There's something a little weird about this. I don't know how well it's going to work. For example, if another nation surrenders, that might cost you national morale points and thus reduce your production. If another country joins you, that might increase your national morale and thus increase your production. Some of that might make sense. Some of it might cause issues around the edges of what the game is capable of doing. New combat units that are purchased from the force pool may not have their strength increased by specific reinforcements in the same seasonal turn. They must be brought in at their entry strength. This is kind of funky. You can't bring like a partial size unit. Now, all these restrictions, one of my, I guess, complaints about Der Weltkrieg was that it felt to me like the game could use generic strength points and it would be a better game for that, rather than strength point reduction within units. Because basically it made the game very hard to align units along the front. It just made it hard to dispose of your units properly along the front. And if they were just generic strength points, I feel like the game would be easier to play without losing much of importance. It's just taking away a lot of fucking annoying work. This game, you can't do that because of these restrictions. Like, you can't just use a strength point system for this. And I'm cool with that, you know. Lagrange, you can't use one. I mean, I'm okay with having to pay the price of hard work in a game so long as it's justified by something. And here the combat system justifies it. And the fact that you must bring units in at their entry strength, you know, and then if you throw them into the line right away, they're going to be a little weaker maybe. National morale points not used in this phase are simply wasted. You get so many, and you'll just buy supplies with them instead. Placement phase. Now you place your purchases on the map. New combat units, gas units, and supplies, yeah, there are gas markers, are placed on or adjacent to supply centers or port supply centers. There are two types of reinforcements, generic and specific. Generics can be used to increase the strengths of infantry, cavalry, and air units during the reinforcement phase of the monthly turn. These are purchased for 5 NMPs during the seasonal turn. Okay, here they're already, yeah, NMP is correct there. During the seasonal turn and are marked on the reinforcement track. You can have a maximum of 10 generic reinforcements. These are going to allow you to flexibly reinforce during the monthly turns. And we have a reinforcement track for everybody there. Unfortunately, we don't have a 0 space for it, which would have been helpful, but whatever. Specific reinforcements can be placed onto the map, directly increasing the strength points of combat units. Now, here we go. I'm sorry. Specific reinforcements can be used to increase the strength of infantry, cav, and air units during placement of the seasonal turn. You pay the unit's cost for each strength point of that unit. So infantry, for example, will cost you 4. Cav will cost you 3. Remember, you can buy those general ones to give you more flexibility later, but ideally, you might not want to do. So here's the problem. They give you flexibility as to the type with the general reinforcements, but they also allow you to reinforce a sector that has gotten hit. So you do kind of want to pay that excess on them, but maybe you don't, because it's a waste. I don't know. Specific reinforcements can be placed onto the map, directly increasing strength points of combat units. Combat units with 2 hexes between themselves and the nearest enemy combat unit can take reinforcements at a cost of 1 supply point taken from a supply depot within range. Okay. Notice this. When you place the reinforcements, you have to spend supply to do that. You're going to have to spend supply on a lot of different things. Not all, things like reinforcement, not usually thought of as something that requires supply, right? Combat units located within 2 hexes of an enemy unit take their reinforcements at the cost of 2 supply points taken from any supply depot within range. If the placing nation controls no supply centers, the unit may be placed in a town within the nation. If no town is controlled, the unit may be placed on the nearest friendly supply center within the same front map. If none exists, the unit may not be placed onto the map until the next seasonal turn. I think the supply cost for reinforcements is for all of them. General and specific. Free units. During the placement phase, certain nations also receive some free units. In each seasonal turn, Germany, Austria, Hungary, Russia, Great Britain, and France receive 3 free generic reinforcements that can be placed during the placement phase or saved on the reinforcement track. And I think it's just free in terms of not costing you NMPs. I think they still cost supply. Also in each seasonal turn, Germany, Austria, Hungary, Russia, Great Britain, and France receive 5 free supplies for each headquarters. During the placement phase, add 5 supplies to each headquarters supply depot. I haven't talked about all the counters. I talked about the unit counters. Let's take a look at some of the markers and stuff. A bunch of different supply markers at 1, 5, 10, and 20. These are going to be used like change. These are the fort markers. They all have different symbols on them, 1, 2, and 3. Note what I said. I mean, there's a ton of fort 1s, and I don't think they're used in the game, and it feels like a lot of counter mix used for nothing. Trenches, also at levels 1, 2, and 3. When you activate a unit, you have to mark it as such, and that indicates that it's been used. Something that's captured, you can mark with that for locations. These are the gas markers. These are patrols for aircraft. They can be used for fighters. Okay. If you fight over an area, think Verdun here, it can increase its morale value. Each time you attack it, each time it changes hands, the morale value can go up. And these are used to mark that. Simple weather, month, year. We have these big push offensives. I don't remember exactly how they happen. I think they're like the offensive targets in La Grande Guerre. Basically, you mark a location that you have for that. You also, during the big push, you get a morale advantage. But when the big push dies, you get a morale decrease. So there's kind of an interesting thing. While the push is going on, you actually might be getting more production as well, which, again, feels weird. We'll see how it works. But if you can keep your offensive going long enough, you keep your morale up, and you get more production because of that. Just there's interactions I'm not sure how I'm going to feel about them. Okay, so those are the free units. At the end of a seasonal turn, you get event cards based on a schedule that was over here. And the event cards are divided up by year. They include technological advances, countries entering the war. So you don't know exactly when somebody's going to enter. They're always going to enter on the same side. So you're not going to see, you're not going to see a situational consideration deciding which side Romania joins or Italy joins or whatever. A bunch of other games tend to randomize that. I don't know how I feel about it. It's not completely and absolutely scripted when they come in, but it is nicely delimited. You also have things where it affects national morale. Some of the cards will be, a morale effect or event effects like the French mutinies, stuff like that. Again, that's not handled off the morale chart the way it is in La Grande Guerre. I think even Balance of Power does a little bit more towards that. I really like the dynamic of the morale chart in La Grande Guerre. It's probably my favorite thing in the game. Just, the amount of randomness that brings into it. I'm going to stop there. Well, wait, August 1914 seasonal turn. Okay. Between August 1914 fourth weekly and the September 1914 first weekly, there's a special seasonal turn. Only Belgium, France, Great Britain, and Germany participate, and all purchases and reinforcements are only on the Western Front. The reason for this is because we've got that expanded usage here, where you're taking 4 turns. You're basically getting a seasonal effect in there. Again, it feels kind of weird, like you're not being given a chance or a choice to maybe change the focus of your attack from the historical, Schlieffen plan and Plan 17, but the Schlieffen plan in particular, to try to accelerate things in Russia or whatever. Again, La Grande Guerre gives you options to do stuff like that. They come at a morale cost, though. Anyway, we're going to pause there. We'll go into the monthly turns next, but I have eaten up 2 batteries, and that seems like about the right amount. I got little enough done today, you know. It's just turned dark, but I didn't get a lot of sleep in either. So I'm going to try to get what I can on here before I take what'll probably end up being a couple hours of nap if my history is anything to tell me, and I really ought to get some of that masking tape up here. Okay. The regular monthly terms. First, you determine the weather, and that is going to depend on front as well as what season of the year it is. And I think you check each season individually, or each month individually, even though the season's there. I'm not going to go through all of these until I hit them. Fair weather has no effect. Wet weather, land units and supply movement is decreased by half, and artillery effectiveness is reduced by -1. We'll talk about artillery. That comes from the headquarters, but it kind of gets dispatched out to the units that are fighting. Raining. During rain, air units can't move, and land units and supply are halved. Artillery effectiveness down by 1. Tanks can't be used in combat, and attacking land units have their attack die rolls reduced by 1. And trenches that only have 1 strength point can't be taken as casualties. One of the advantages of trenches is that they're essentially extra losses that you take. Cold weather. Land units have their attack and defense both reduced by 1. What does that do? Yeah, that's kind of weird. It just ends up being a slower battle, I think. Supply and land units move at half normal movement, and any offensive or defensive actions require twice the amount of supplies. So a severe the supply issue is really a depressing factor on offensives and whatnot. And then blizzards. During blizzard weather, air units can't move. Land units and supply move at half. Tanks can't be used in combat. Defending land units have their attack roll reduced by 1. Really don't like them using the word attack roll there. I really wish they just called it combat roll or something. This is just it's going to be confusing. And attacking land units have their attack roll reduced by 2. Again, when you're reducing both by 1, I feel like you're just going to delay. You're going to stretch out the combats, to be honest. You're going to get less hits each time. But they cost supply for each time you roll. So, and that's why I say I'm not sure how much supply you need. It's going to be something learned. But honestly, given that, like, outside the initial stages of the war, the type of warfare was really like a new form. People had to learn not to refight the Franco-Prussian War and whatnot. I kind of think it might work out okay. Okay, anyway. Any offensive or defensive action requires twice the supplies. Any units located in mountains during blizzard are reduced by 1 strength point during the weather phase. I believe that is they actually take casualties. So you don't want to be in mountains. Now, we have different colors here. This is like alpine. I think these are both mountains, but I'm not sure. Let's take a look at what we have here for the map key. We have rough. We have heights. That's different. Okay. So mountains are going to be the darker. And it's mixed, right? There are places where it's just this, and that actually isn't even covered in the terrain key. So it's kind of weird. Okay. Next is the supply phase. All supply units on all maps can be moved by all players. Roll a die to determine which alliance moves their supply units first. The one with the higher roll moves first. I think this is a disadvantage to move first, but okay. Railroads can be used in this phase to move supply units and headquarters. Headquarters can also be moved and can be used during the offensive phase after having moved during the supply phase. Headquarters are where you're going to throw your supplies out of, kind of like OCS. And they're also going to provide you with artillery support, which you also kind of throw. Air phase. At the beginning of the air phase, the players roll for initiative. The alliance with the higher die roll gets the initiative and may move first on all active front maps. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. I'm not sure who the advantage goes to with this, because it's more complicated than just shifting the supplies would be. All air movements are conducted by an alliance on a front map are considered to be taking place simultaneously, so all planned attacks must be declared at the start of the phase. Once these are completed, all movements are declared. During the phase, players may conduct air-to-air attacks, air-to-ground strikes, reconnaissance flights, and any necessary non-combat or non-reconnaissance movement. Air units can only be used once during the air phase. If used during the air phase, they may not be used during the offensive phase. I guess you mark them with the activated markers, or you flip them over or something. I don't know. And there'll be further rules on how the air units actually work, but this is giving you kind of the sequence of play. Then we hit the offensive phase, and as you can see, this is kind of complicated. The offensive phase, and the wording is going to be tricky, and we're going to have to puzzle it out. I think I came to answers already, but I don't remember what they were. The offensive phase is split into several sub-phases, each of which explained in turn. We have them listed here. Essentially, what's going to happen is that you get to do offensives, you get to act on them, then the enemy gets to do the same. And it just swings back and forth in kind of a pulsing action. This is all within a single month. Okay, each alliance has as many offensives as there are active front maps. In August 1914, only the Balkans, Eastern, and Western front maps are active, so each alliance only has 3 offensives. With the and there are markers to track how many you have. With the declaration of war by the Ottomans, the Transcaucasus and Middle Eastern front maps become active, and when the Italians come in, the Italian front becomes active. Once all are active, each alliance has 6 total offensives. An offensive is done on a front-by-front basis. During an offensive, headquarters on a particular front are activated to conduct attacks on enemy units with friendly units which have not already been used during the offensive phase. Non-combat movement can also take place. There are zones of control and other movement modifiers that are taken into account when moving. During the 1st through 3rd week of August and September, each alliance has only 1 offensive because they're only on the Western map for those. The 2 alliances roll a die for initiative. The higher die roll determines who receives initiative for the entire offensive phase. So the reason that it may behoove you to get the initiative on the air phase is that you can do basically counter-air type operations. In the offensive phase, having the initiative is more like actually having the initiative. You're able to conduct your operations and whatnot, and then the enemy has to react to it. Strangely, whoever wins the die roll doesn't get to choose who goes first. They just get the initiative, which again is weird to me, unless I missed something. Okay. However, they don't have to do anything. Declaration of front offensives. This subphase is the same as subphase 8. Okay, the opposing side gets to do it at the towards the end of a given pulse. The initiative player is first to be allowed to declare a front offensive. Once the front offensive is complete, the non-initiative holder can then declare a front offensive. After that front offensive is complete, the initiative holder may then declare another front offensive. And this process goes back and forth until there are no offensives left or there are 2 consecutive passes. Now you have to remember, each unit you use gets a little activated marker. So like, while you can kind of pulse things, you still only get to move each unit and use each headquarters kind of once. When a front offensive is declared, the player must declare which front map it'll take place on and move the offensive marker down by 1. You can conduct multiple front offensives on the same front, but can only use units which were not used in previous offensives on that front map. You may also elect not to conduct an offensive, passing the offensive phase over to the other alliance, who then gets an option. If neither side chooses to do an offensive, things end. Okay. The player declares all the attacks intended on that front map. An attack can be one of several types, but it is always one of a series of attacks on enemy units. Attacks may take place by activating an HQ, which in turn can activate any units within that HQ's range. The range is the number of hexes of movement allowance for that front map. And I don't think that's affected by weather or anything like that. It's hexes, not movement points. Headquarters are detailed in their own rules. Combat must take place within the range of the headquarters, and HQ cannot move during this phase and would have to be in range of both the participating land units and the target hexes at the start of the offensive phase. And you may want it to have actually more range in order to do exploitation. The only exception is during the amphibious assault. Okay, here are different types of attacks that can be conducted. An assault. This is land units being used to attack enemy land units in opposing hexes. These are regular offensives elsewhere in the rulebook. The attacking units use their strength points to roll dice in order to inflict hits on the enemy. These attacking units enter the enemy hexes to conduct combat and can be supported by artillery and air units. Supply has to be deducted from the activated headquarters in order to conduct the offensive. Okay. There's a lot more rules about this later on, but it is key that you actually enter the enemy hex and you can actually overstack. The stacking in the game is two units per hex, but you could bring lots of units in on an attack. Attrition. Attrition attacks are used to inflict small amounts of damage to enemy units or trenches. An attrition attack is only 1 or 2 rounds of combat in length, and it does not require the involvement of land units. Artillery can do them alone. If land units participate in an attrition attack, enemy land units as well as artillery can participate in the defense. When land units are involved, the offensive only lasts 1 round, and the attacked hexes may not be occupied. That doesn't mean the enemy isn't occupying them. It means you won't be able to take ground. Just clarifying, because the way it's stated sounds silly. Active defense and attacker exploitation do not take place. If only artillery is used in the attack, the offensive is 2 rounds long, and the defending enemy artillery can participate in an artillery duel. Again, special rules for that. Attrition attacks occur in the same manner as assault attacks and don't require land units to be involved. Air units may not participate. Attrition attacks require less supplies than regular assaults will. We're running low on battery. Let me swap out. I kind of remember as reading these rules, they kind of remind me of, in terms of how I don't know, am I thinking of another game? How maybe they tell you everything, but they don't tell you everything everywhere. Is kind of like a role-playing game. Now, am I mistaking that for something that I just played other than this? I'm trying to remember what I did. I did Purgatorio. What did I do just before that? Was it War and Peace? Maybe. Yeah, it's got to be. It's got to be these. Something just feels familiar to, like, how role playing rule books often squirrel stuff away in different places, and they just take more effort to learn. But you practice playing a role playing game, combat or whatever systems more often than you would, or than I would most war games. Anyway, amphibious assaults. These are similar to assaults, but take place on land hexes with a shore. To conduct an amphibious assault, you have to activate headquarters located on a port supply center. The land units and supplies necessary must be also located at a port, not necessarily the same one. The combat and supply units at these ports are then placed on the enemy hex, which will be under attack, and regular combat takes place with terrain modifiers. The supplies necessary are twice as much as for a regular assault. To conduct an amphibious assault on a front using units from another front, the front offensive is declared on the front map where the assault will take place. Let me give an example. Offensives, that's part of the same example. Okay, hold on. During yeah, so this is part of the example here. Offensive takes place on the bulk in front of the blah, blah, blah. And then a sentence in the, so we've changed paragraphs in the middle of this, but then we switch from the example mid-next paragraph. During amphibious assaults, attacking artillery can fire twice at no extra supply cost. Activated headquarters units also land on the targeted hexes after a successful amphibious assault. Units from multiple ports can take part in an amphibious assault. And then they say see rivers. I don't know why. So the reason that you get artillery fire with no supply cost for an amphibious assault, yes, you're paying more for the amphibious assault as a whole, is because of the naval gunfire. But, I mean, you're still using up shells and stuff. It bothers me. It may even out in the abstraction of having to pay extra supply for the assault, but it's just weird. If an amphibious assault fails, the headquarters may return to its original port, but all attacking units have to remain in battle until destroyed. Only the Allies can conduct amphibious assaults on the Western Front, the Balkans, except the Black Sea, and the Middle Eastern Front. Only the Central Powers can conduct amphibious assaults on the Eastern Front and the Transcaucasus Front via the Black Sea. I don't know about the Caspian. No amphibious assaults can take place on the Italian front. Remember, Italy is always going to be a Western ally, or an allied power, an Entente power, to be honest. They're all allies, right? Two different alliances, but the game seems to want to call the Entente the Allies. Reminds me of a poll Herr Doctor put up with the Axis in World War I or something like that. I don't know. Anyway, to conduct an offensive, an HQ is activated and an activated counter is... Okay, now we've skipped out of... I don't remember how many different types of offensive they said. We've got 3 different types of offensive here. Now we've skipped out of that in the rules here with no indication. This is under amphibious assault, in which there's several paragraphs, and now we have another paragraph that applies to basically offensives in general, oddly enough. Anyway, like I said, the rules are not well organized. To conduct an offensive, an HQ is activated and an activated counter is placed on the HQ. Units which are to participate must be within the range of the HQ. These units are then moved into the target hex. Supplies are deducted from the headquarters supply depot. Any participating air units are also moved into that hex, and air combat occurs before land combat. There can be many individual offensives on the front map. They're all considered to take place simultaneously unless you pulse them and do them sequentially. Now somewhere, I thought it said that individual units, you activate an HQ, which in turn can activate any units within that HQ's range. I thought there was something that said you could only activate a unit once. Here we go. And are activated to conduct attacks with friendly units which have not already been used during the offensive phase. So here it talks about putting an activation marker on the headquarters, but I feel like the units are going to need them too. And there's certainly enough that all the headquarters could have them, and then there's more left over, but I'm not sure there's enough that all units could have them. We shall see what we do, but it's weird because, you know, there could just be enough for all the headquarters in the game and then some extra, just like there's enough forts for all the locations that have fort markers and then some extra. So, you know, the counter mix doesn't really help me here. Okay. Attacks being conducted by the same headquarters are done combat round by combat round and not one at a time. For example, if there's 2 attacks being done by the same headquarters, the first round of combat is completed in one battle, then the first round of combat is completed in the other battle, kind of like War and Peace. Then if the defender and attacker has elected to remain in both battles, the second round is completed in each battle, and so on. Otherwise, battles can be handled one at a time. Okay. The concept of initial combat. Once all individual offensives are declared, initial combat takes place in each attack hex. The following is the procedure to follow for determining the outcome of battles which may be affected by terrain. The attacker fires. 1 die is rolled for each attacking unit. 1 casualty is inflicted on the defender's side for each die roll equal to or less than the attacker's unit strength. Then the defender fires. Same as above results, the casualties will be inflicted simultaneously, so the defending units fire before they take their casualties. Then all casualties are removed. Each hit represents 1 loss of a strength point. Losses can be spread over several units and or trenches or only taken by 1 unit. When a 1 strength unit is hit, it's destroyed and put in the force pool at its entry strength. The owning nation determines which friendly units receive casualties, with 1 exception. When a hit is inflicted on the enemy with a roll of a 1, the player who rolled the 1 may decide where the casualty must be taken from after the defender has taken off other casualties. This is an annoyance. It means that I'm going to have to keep track of not only losses, but also special losses that the die roll, the person who rolled the dice and got the hit, gets to allocate. Defender may retreat into an adjacent friendly hex respecting stacking limitations or remain for another round. The attacker may withdraw his units to adjacent friendly hexes respecting stacking limitations or attack for another round. A new combat round takes place if neither nation has retreated, withdrawn, or been destroyed. Return to step 1 for a new round of combat. Deduct supplies for each subsequent round of combat. We're beginning to get a feel, but it's like it's not clear yet, and it's not, I don't know, it's not being explained clearly enough to give that clear view and then go dig into detail to me. Okay, initial combat occurs in these steps. 1, units are moved. You would think this would be before that, I don't know. Units are moved into the attack hex and all artillery and air support is declared. 2. Artillery bombardment begins. Attacker declares the length of the artillery bombardment and must follow through with the attack whether or not the bombardment is successful, using the artillery rules. 3. All participating air units commence battle. 4. All participating land, air, and artillery units commence battle as described above, this die rolling thing. And now air units, it depends on what they're allocated to do. So where they say all participating air units commence battle, that's air units fighting each other, but it's also possible that they can directly impact the ground units. At the end of a successful initial combat, a captured counter is placed on the hex, i.e. if you drove the enemy from the hex. And those captured are little flags here. Initial combat ends when a player's land units are destroyed, when the defender retreats, or when the attacker withdraws in each individual battle. All initial combats must be completed before moving on to the next step. When the initial combat round, is completed, the units which participated remain in the captured hex unless they violate stacking rules. If more than 2 units capture the hex, the excess units have to be placed in the nearest available friendly hexes. When defending units retreat, they may retreat more than 1 hex if there's no friendly hexes available that are not already stacked to the limit. These retreating units must, however, move through only friendly hexes. If there's no adjacent friendly hexes to move into or through, or if any adjacent friendly hexes are being attacked by enemy units, i.e. there will be enemies still in them, retreat is not allowed. A friendly hex is a hex that's occupied by friendly units or was last occupied by friendly units. Hexes behind a clear friendly front are also considered friendly. It sounds like kind of like campaigns of Marlborough. You kind of designate, you might capture hexes that you didn't move through in it. Okay. Active defense. After initial combats have been completed, the defending player may counterattack in each lost hex. If an attack was repelled and the defender remained in the control of the attacked hex, there may be no active defense there. To conduct an active defense, the defending player declares whether or not he intends to do so at every hex that was lost during initial combat. The defending player then declares which units will counterattack, and the phase continues as if it was a new initial combat. This is without it going to another offensive, right? To the other side's offensive. However, in active defense, the player is not required to activate headquarters to move units into battle, though the player must still use supplies as if it was his own offensive. Any units within range of the captured hex may participate in an active defense. Range being, movement. Attacker exploitation. Okay, so we followed initial combat, which can have multiple rounds. One side or the other will end up holding the hex. After the active defense actions are completed, the attacker may continue his original offensives. In every hex which was attacked, conquered, and held during the initial combat and active defense, the attacker may continue to move the units which participated in the earlier offensive and may move into an adjacent hex or attack adjacent enemy units. These attacking units are not required to move together, but may move into different adjacent hexes or remain where they are. And these can be units that you had to withdraw from the hex because of a successful attack. When the initial combat is completed, the units which participated remain unless they violate stacking, and then they fall back. But you're going to have to keep track of these units that are like in sort of a mobile state. Okay. Attacker exploitation occurs in the same manner as initial combat, and like active defense, does not require the activation of headquarters, but it does require the use of more supplies. In addition, the attacking units during attacker exploitation all suffer a -1 die roll modifier. Remember, that's actually a -1 to their target number during the attack. Air and artillery units may participate in attacker exploitation battle if they're within range, but they also will suffer this -1. Exploiting land units may only move 1 hex, and so may only attack adjacent hexes to those captured during the initial combat. So I don't think you can chain the exploit very deep. It can only go that 1 hex in. After completing the attacker exploitation phase, we go to non-combat movement. The player may move any non-activated units according to their movement allowance and terrain modifiers. To move 1 unit costs 1 supply point to be deducted from the nearest friendly headquarters. These units may capture enemy hexes and towns and may capture headquarters units and supply depots, but they can't conduct combat. If an enemy zone extends over these headquarter units and supply depots, they may not be overrun. So you don't have to have enemy units present. So you have to create quite a breakthrough to be able to capture supply or headquarters, not just a 1 hex wide breakthrough. Declaration of front offensive by other alliance. After the completion of all of the non-combat movements, the offensive phase passes over to the other alliance, which just acted as the defender. This player may now select a front to conduct his front offensives, and the entire process begins again. This goes back and forth until all offensives are used or there are 2 consecutive passes. Now, one way to avoid some of the problems in the timing and maybe the activation markers and whatnot is to read this that you do your offensives on one front, then the other player gets to choose a front to do offensives, and you can't go back to your front. But I don't think that's how it's meant to be. Okay. Now they talk about a movement phase. Let's take a look at the sequence of play. So weather, supply, air, offensive, then movement phase. So outside the offensive phase, where there's also this non-combat movement, right? Where you move non-activated units. During this phase, all units which have not been used during an offensive phase may move. I don't know what's up with these units that moved with non-active movement, but let's continue. The initiative holder from the offensive phase conducts his moves first. Units which have not been activated may be moved according to the movement allowance for each front map. Zone of control must be respected when moving both friendly hexes into both friendly hexes and vacant enemy hexes. Movement is also subjected to terrain modifiers. All front maps are considered active in this phase. So, for example, British units can be moved to the Middle Eastern front even if the Ottomans haven't declared war yet. So again, I'm looking at this. What was the line here? Again, it's have not already been used. It keeps being used, as opposed to have not been activated. I think your units are activated if you do either non-combat movement here, which can be used to fill in your line with reserves and whatnot, or then there's the movement phase, which is another opportunity to move units after all the offensives have been conducted. I'm trying to puzzle this out and make sense out of it. It's not going to get any clearer as we go. It's not going to be better than this. Forced marches. Units can force march during this movement phase, but not during the offensive phase. Forced marching increases the movement allowance for that unit by half, but each unit must lose a strength point when the force is marched. In the case of Middle Eastern Front, the movement is rounded up to 5 hexes in a forced march. That's because it has a movement of 3 that goes to 4.5. Okay. Now, note something. Things that are moved in the movement phase and not in the non-combat movement of an offensive don't cost supplies. Neat. All right. Overseas movement. Units which begin the movement phase at a port supply center. All right, let's see what those look like. And yeah, we're going to have to walk around. I know this kind of beat me up in War and Peace, but part of that was knowing that I had the old map for War and Peace, so I had an option. But it is going to be a pain in the ass. These. Port supply is an anchor. And there is no other kind of port. So whenever they say port, they mean port supply center. I guess. Here we have an example of one. That's not someplace I'm going to be generating supply from. So it's someplace that I can draw supply into. That's basically what they're saying. Okay. If you begin phase at a port, you may move to another friendly port on the same or another front map. To do so costs supplies taken from the nearest supply depot on either the departure or arrival front map. The amount of supplies is the same as the amount of extra supplies it costs to build in foreign port supply centers. We'll get that value later. Units may it may be in my player aid here. I know the cost for units is okay, we got it here. Supply cost for overseas movement. So like it would take 2 extra supplies to move to, looks like Balkan stuff, 3 extra to move to the Middle East for the Brits. Germany has has things that are all on the Black Sea, the Baltic Sea, but how far they are is going to affect the cost to move them. And that may cover, some of the abstraction of like there not being navies in play. Because honestly, the Russians could have and probably would have contested a German move along the Baltic Sea. Anyway, what do we got here? Units can be moved to a friendly controlled coastal hex on other front maps. This will cost double what it would cost to move them to the port supply center on the map. This is interesting because, for example, the Brits pay nothing additional to move to sort of all of the ports, all of the channel ports. Double nothing is still nothing. So they can land stuff anywhere, even up in Belgium and stuff, with no cost. But that's another issue. Conducting amphibious assaults on hexes without enemy units in them is done in this phase. In addition, landings in neutral nations like Albania, Persia, or Greece are done in this phase. These 2 types of landing are done in the same manner as if they were to friendly coastal hexes. All allied nations except for Russia may not move to hexes on the coasts of the Baltic and Black Sea with overseas movement. Russia may not move to coastal hexes outside of the Baltic and Black Seas with overseas movement. The Central Powers can only move to coastal hexes on the Baltic and Black Seas with overseas movement. So, as far as I can see, Russia and the Central Powers share the same movement capabilities, although their costs may be different. Rail movement. Let's try to get all the movement out of the way. Okay. Maybe we can get all the way to supplies. Units which begin the movement phase on a rail line, which are the dark lines on the map, may move along the rail line for an unlimited distance as long as the rail line is continuously in friendly control. With an exception, which I think has to do... okay. They say, 2.2 8.56. Yeah, zones of control prevent you from using rail movement. Okay. Movement from one front to another by rail is possible. At the edge of the different front maps, there are letters which tell you where you connect to. A continuous friendly rail line is considered to be in place between the front maps. There's no way of disrupting that except by putting a zone on one of the map edges or whatever. And you have to use the rail lines. In addition, units may move on rail lines which head off of one edge of the map may re-enter the same map on another rail line which enters on the same edge. Basically, it just has to have the proper front connections, that's all. It's not like you're using a specific rail line. Rail lines captured during the offensive phase may not be used during the movement phase of the same turn. Units cannot start their rail movement or end their rail movement in an enemy zone of control. They also can't move through one, but rail movements to Transcaucasus. You can do this through the Ottoman Empire, through the Balkan front and the Middle Eastern front maps. We got, again, just letters connecting there. I don't know why we need a special rule for that. Units must be railed to the last hex on the eastern side of the Balkan in the Ottoman, or the northernmost rail hex on the northern side of the Middle Eastern. Yeah, they're basically giving me the specifics here, but it's on the map, basically. Russian railway gauge. The Russians had a different gauge. Units railing from Germany, Austria, Hungary, or Romania into Russia must wait a turn before moving into the country. A unit is railed from one of these territories to the Russian border, and the following turn can be railed into Russia. Railing from Russia to Germany, Austria, Hungary, or Romania follows the same procedure. Units which are present on a border rail hex but did not use rail to get into that hex can rail freely across the border. Yeah, as long as you're adjacent to the border, you can rail it through it. Infantry and cav have a zone of control in the 6 hexes surrounding them. Land units, including supply, may not make 2 consecutive moves into hexes covered by enemy zone of control. The only exception is if the second move is an attack into an enemy-controlled hex, because you actually have to move into the enemy hex to attack. But it's not really movement. Now, you're not allowed to start or end your rail in an enemy zone of control. You might be able to bypass a single hex zone of control if you happen to control the rail line. It seems like a really edge case, and I'm not sure that's what they even meant. Reinforcements. During this phase, reinforcements... Okay, let's get to the sequence. I actually have the sequence of play here, don't I? It's big, though. Okay. Fine. What are we on? Reinforcement phase. Comes down here. During this phase, reinforcements on the reinforcement track can be placed on the map using the same regulations as in 2.1.3. And you can also build trenches. I don't remember what 2.1.3 is. I think this is the building rules. Yeah, this is the placement rules. So, in addition to being able to place units during the seasonal interphases, you are going to get units that maybe just show up as reinforcements. I'm not positive about that, to be honest. That may not apply in the Grand Campaign. I'm not sure. Okay, let us see if we can figure that out later. The next phase is the national morale phase, and this is the end of a seasonal turn. The national morale track is adjusted according to the conditions in this section. It can also it's also affected by specific elements to particular countries. The national morale level of nations can fluctuate in the offensive phase with the capture and loss of valued hexes. This occurs simultaneously for both sides. Each alliance has some options during it, and there's some things which must be done during every phase, every national morale phase. And then we move to the next turn. National morale. This is the national morale level, not points. Determines your purchasing power and can also be part of the criteria for event cards, victory, and surrender. In some hexes, there is a number, and that is the national morale value of that location. When a city or town with a national morale value is captured, that value is added to the conqueror's overall value and taken away from the losers. So you gain production by taking stuff, and that makes some sense. There was some conquered production. It may be too high. Symbolic objectives. Whenever a hex is attacked and captured during the initial combat subphase of the offensive phase, but lost during the active defense subphase, a national morale marker is placed on the hex with a value of 1. If another attack captures the hex and then is repulsed again, it's increased to a 2. If this happens again, it goes up to a 3, and that's as high as it can go. During the national morale phase, any symbolic objectives which are not adjacent to an enemy unit end up being reduced by 1, i.e. if it's territory captured, behind enemy lines, it stops being as sore a point. Cities and towns can become symbolic objectives. Then it just adds the additional points on the little flag marker to whatever the city or town was worth anyway. The symbolic objective has value after the hex is taken. The nation which captured the hex and caused the creation of the symbolic objective does not receive its NMP value. If it's increasing the national morale, there's no way that you can distinguish that for national morale points that you use for production. So the only thing I can say to do here is, if your own territory, if you were the none of this works well, because all of it's going to affect your production. But at the very least, I can kind of understand that while the national will is being lowered, your production capacity is going to be lowered by that as well. And if you're losing a hex that you've defended successfully and thus increased the morale value of, then I can see where you pay a penalty, and if you get that hex back, I can see where you reclaim that penalty. And that'll in general only reduce people's morale. If you're the person who took the hex, I think you cannot gain any points for taking it. But I also think that you can't lose points for losing it. So like Verdun situation, it could only hurt France to lose Verdun. I'm having to do a lot of work to try to figure this out, because it doesn't really make a lot of sense to me as written. Let me see where this was again. Symbolic objective has a value after the hex is taken. The nation which captured the hex and caused the creation does not receive its NMP value. I think it can also not lose it. Yeah. So basically, an effective defense starts upping the the risk for the defender in terms of points. But that's the only way I can interpret it that makes any sense. Okay, using national morale. During the national morale phase, emergency supplies, specific or generic reinforcements, and or units from the force pool can be purchased using national morale. This does not say national morale points, because you don't have any. However, any emergency NM used during this phase is taken from your actual overall national morale track and cannot be recovered. This is horrible. You do not want to do this. And this is what I'm terrified of, is that I'll end up in a position where I need to buy more supplies to hold my position, and I have to expend national morale for that. And that's scary, because that's going to be permanent production lost for a one-turn gain, a loan from one turn. Oh, okay. Increasing national morale. The national morale can be increased from capturing valued cities or towns, capturing symbolic objectives. See, here it says capturing the symbolic objectives. Like, to me, that's a way you lose it. Launching big push offensives through event cards and destroying zeppelins. Big push offensives are offensives which occur during the offensive phases. These offensives must involve at least 4 enemy contiguous hexes being attacked. When a big push offensive occurs, the national morale on the national morale track is moved ahead by 5. And again, they say national morale points. That can't be. You don't have any most of the time. And a big push marker is placed on the activated headquarters. However, if another big push offensive using the same headquarters does not occur in the following month, the national morale increase gained in the previous turn is lost during the national morale phase, and the big push marker is taken off the headquarters. The national morale bonus of the big push is only sustained as long as it's sustained. As soon as the big push is stopped, the national morale bonus is lost. Okay. And you don't accumulate points every turn. You just get to keep the points that you had as long as the big push is going. Once a big push offensive is conducted, adjust the big push offensive track accordingly. Get that over here. How many you complete? I think you're only allowed a certain number of them. Okay. Multiple headquarters may be used to conduct a big push offensive. At least one of those must be used in the next turn to sustain the national morale boost. I don't know whether you mark them all. Germany must conduct at least, oh no, this is how many you have to conduct. Must conduct at least 2. Russia, Italy, and Austria each has to conduct at least 1 per year in order to not suffer a national morale penalty of 8 NMPs. Now, this could be what they mean. I don't think it is, because they keep mixing the terms up during the December national morale phase of each year. I think it's supposed to be national morale level. If you don't conduct the offensives, you get penalized forever. That makes the most sense to me, but again, their inability to use things correctly. Now, then they say, other nations do not receive any NM bonuses for big push offensives. So that's making it sound like only Germany, Russia, Italy, and Austria get anything from these or have to do them. But no, the British and French need to conduct at least 2 big push offensives in total per year. These can be conducted by just one of the two nations, or the two can cooperate to conduct them together. But they get no bonus? I don't think that's what they mean. Multiple nations can take part to conduct a big push offensive. And only one of the participating nations takes credit for it, though. And I assume it can only be one that's eligible. I don't know. I feel like this British and French thing should be somewhere included in this. But again, these rules are problematic in a lot of ways. The continuation of a big push offensive from the previous turn does not count as a new big push. They've already said this. To reach yearly goals of two wholly separate big push offensives must take place. Okay. I need to swap batteries again. We're going to get down to the supply. Why not? Now, this is so weird because this capturing symbolic offensives can give you national morale, but my feeling is the only way it can give you national morale is if you lost the points for it already, given the other thing that's stated in there. Losing national morale. Losing cities or towns, symbolic objectives, not launching a big push in a year through event cards, not fulfilling year-by-year criteria, yearly war weariness, death of an ace, or a Zeppelin attack. In each year, there's a different goal for each of the major nations. These have to be fulfilled in each month in order to not lose national morale during the phase. Okay. France, Italy, and Great Britain. In 1914, no city lost or no division destroyed. Each month, they need to do that. Then when they hit 15 to 17, a city is captured or an enemy division is destroyed. Now they're on the offensive in the West. And then 1918, no city lost or no division destroyed. This is for the Die Kaiserschlaut and stuff like that. It obviously becomes much, much easier once they're actually starting to win again. Germany, Austria, Hungary, and Russia. On the offensive in 14, all three of them. A city is captured or an enemy division is destroyed. 15 to 17, no city is lost, no division destroyed. Again, everybody's kind of on the defensive here. And 1918, once again, they're on the offensive. If these goals are not met during the course of a turn, adjust the monthly goal chart from failed to completed. There's got to be something like that over here. Right there. Okay. Now, feels like it goes the other way in some cases. So like if you can't lose a city or a division, you're going to start out as completed. Like, anyway. If the monthly goal chart is marked completed during the national morale phase, you don't lose national morale for that, and the markers move back to failed, maybe. If the monthly goal chart is marked failed, you lose 3 NMP again for that nation, something you won't have most months. Again, they can't keep it straight. It's really fucking annoying. Monthly goals apply during each weekly turn of August and September for the nations which were active during that weekly turn. During the 1st through 3rd, only France, Great Britain, Belgium, and Germany are active. Capturing cities and then subsequently losing them later in the turn still counts as capturing and losing a city for monthly goal purposes. I.e. both. So it can help you, it can hurt you to do that, depending. During December national morale phase, all active nations lose 3 national morale points, which could happen, maybe, sort of, kind of. I don't think so because, again, I think this is national morale level. Because if we look at the sequence of play, actually, it's back in the, December is not a seasonal turn. The seasonal turn happens, I think, between December and January. It's actually something separate from that. I don't think they're actually on the chart, though. Yeah, here they are. Those are the seasonals. Okay. So yes, between December and January. So again, you wouldn't have NMPs at that point, so you can't lose them. So it has to be national morale level. But the prevalence of their using this term that they've defined to be the production, basically, all over the place, or this acronym that they've defined is a problem. Whenever an ace is killed, the nation of the ace loses 1 NMP. National morale value of allied towns. When a city belonging to an ally is liberated, the national morale value of the city is given back to the owning nation, not the conquering nation. Symbolic objectives in allied territory, however, go to the conquering player. Oh boy. Here we're in a fucked up situation. Like, the problem with the symbolic objectives is this one rule. During the national morale phase, any symbolic objectives which are not... No, not that one. The symbolic objective has value after the hex is taken. The nation which captured the hex and caused the creation does not receive its NMP value. So, let's take the Verdun situation. Let's say the Germans capture Verdun, and it's retaken by the French, and then that generates a 1-point national morale value. Who is forbidden to get it? It's absolutely not fucking clear to me, and there's no examples of play here. I'm gonna look and see if there's any errata on this thing. I don't know. I doubt there is. Yeah, I was trying to come up with a reasonable answer to that, but I don't think I have one. And I'm not thrilled with the idea of production being created by these in either direction. But if, say, France loses Verdun after well, let's not make it Verdun. Let's make it something a little closer to where the Brits are going to be. Let's say Maubeuge changes hands several times, and France, it changes hands several times and ends up with like a 2 marker on it. And then Britain liberates it. Britain's going to get the 2 national morale off of that, not France. Whereas France is going to get the national morale from Maubeuge itself. And it's like, okay, now I've just created British production off of this. And I'm not thoroughly opposed to that, but I'm not sure why Germany didn't get those 2 points earlier. And whether or not they lose them, or vice versa. If France succeeds in holding it, why it's not like a cause célèbre. I really don't understand. I don't understand how this wording is meant to go. And given, it's obviously not sufficiently explained. And unlike the NMPs, where I can kind of reason my way through it, I'm having a really hard time reasoning my way through this because I'm really not convinced that there wouldn't be a national morale bonus to a Verdun-like situation for the French winning it or the Germans winning it beyond the simple value of the town. And that's the problem I have. And I'm beginning to think I just want to make that a way to create national morale. But that sounds dangerous in the sense of creating too much production and making the nations too stable. So again, I'll look for whether there's any kind of errata on this, and I really don't know what to do otherwise. The answer that I thought I had would just make it a negative that you could get back, which kind of makes sense. But on the other hand, winning that big battle, I do see where that would improve your national morale. I don't know if that would improve your production, though. And Yeah. But it's like, I like the upping the stakes quality to it and everything. I just don't know how it's meant to work and who's excluded from gaining points from it, and whether they're also excluded from losing points from it, which would kind of like, it doesn't at all seem like you're excluded from losing points, which kind of sucks. Like if you fight real hard for something, and I'm not sure which side is excluded from gaining the points. It seems like one side is excluded from gaining points. And then I just don't know what happens after a while. I just don't get it. It's sort of become my tendency these days. Very tired. I went to sleep around 11. Snoozed for about an hour. Woke up. So I made coffee because I'm just not feeling tired in the same way. Coffee doesn't really interfere with my sleeping too much. I don't do it very often anymore anyway. Okay, supply. So supply units are those points, and I can't just dig them up. They're hiding over there. Those little point counters, which are used to supply other units. Supply counters are used like change. They can be moved. They move like regular units, but can't be destroyed in land combat. They don't have a nationality, but belong to whoever's territory they're in. So if the British purchase supply units and move them into France, they can essentially lend them to let the French and American units use them. Supply units can change hands if the depots are captured or if the individual stacks are captured. So the depots, I think the depots are the headquarters. They can be destroyed by air units though, and each one generally costs 1 national morale point, which is the production stuff. Used correctly there. They're placed on the map during seasonal turns, but they can also be placed during monthly turns. During the national morale phase, you can use either the emergency purchase or, remember, you have like 10 or something reinforcements that you're allowed to put on, or something along that line. You're allowed to buy reinforcement points. They may be on that track. That may be what they're for. But that's a really bad buy because you're paying 5 per for those. But then again, the emergency ones take up your national will, which is why you don't want to run out of supplies and why I'm so terrified of it. Okay. They're placed either supply centers owned by the purchasing nation or at foreign but friendly controlled port supply centers. Placement at port supply centers can cost extra supplies based on the little chart that's on the other side here. We looked at it. It's the cost to move into those areas too. It's allowed when the placing nation has combat units on the same front map. Supply centers on map edges with arrows pointing off map are considered to be present in the hex with that icon. So that's stuff like this, for whatever that's worth. Even if the supply center is actually off map. Okay. Depots. Headquarters are supply depots. During an offensive, units can only draw supplies from depots. While individual supply units can be stacked together without a headquarters, military units may not draw supply from these stacks. The headquarters, however, can move into the hex with these stacks and pick them up, and presumably the supply units can move into the hex with the headquarters and get absorbed, because they're allowed to move. Only units within range of the headquarters, which can trace a line of friendly hexes from themselves to the headquarters, can draw supply from that depot. Enemy zones of control block these lines of supply if friendly units don't occupy these enemy zones of control. This is important. It's the negation case of the zones of control. It applies for supply, but not for other things. Also, any hexes that are attacked by enemy units cannot be used to trace this line of friendly hexes, presumably for the length that the attack exists during the offensive. Because how else are you supposed to remember? Once a unit leaves the range of an HQ's supply depot at any point during the turn, that unit is out of supply. And that's a bad thing, which limits your rate of advance. There's no limit to the amount of supplies within a depot. Headquarters which are forced to move as a result of combat do not take their supplies with them, i.e., they get captured. Headquarters which move during the supply phase may be activated for offensives during the offensive phase. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about something. I'm trying to remember what. Part of it had to do with, like, you have essentially unlimited trucking for your supplies, but there was something else that was bothering me here. I don't remember what. Okay. They're used during I'll ignore it. Offensive and movement phases and are drawn from the activated headquarters units. Now, here it says, and movement phases. So, that phases could be plural because offensive and movement are in there. I don't think they're required for the actual movement phase. There's no indication that you need to spend supplies for that. We may find a reversal of that. But non-combat movement does specify a supply cost. Now, again, maybe it's different. Supply costs of overseas movement. We don't have any list of things that cost supply here. I don't know. So far, I'm looking at that omission as something that says during normal movement you don't have to spend supply, but I'd be perfectly willing to accept it either way. But it's a strong reason not to use non-combat movement during an offensive phase. Land units during assault offensives. In an assault offensive, each participating land unit requires 1 supply point per combat round in order to participate in the offensive. Supplies drawn from supply depots at the beginning of each combat round and points are discarded. If the supply depot of the activated headquarters does not contain enough supply points for every participating unit, the offensive can be called off and the attacking units move into friendly hexes. Individual units may be withdrawn from the offensive in order, to reduce your supply drain. Units can draw supply from multiple headquarters as long as the headquarters are activated and participating in the same attack. Participating headquarters artillery also require 1 supply per predetermined bombardment round and subsequent rounds. Land units during attrition. 1 supply point for every 2 participating units rounded up is required. Participating headquarters artillery require 1 supply point. If an artillery duel occurs, another supply point must be discarded from the headquarters supply depot. Trying to remember, is the duel only possible if you do multiple rounds of firing? This is stuff that is going to be easier as I go. Fuck. My pipe is causing issues here. 1 or 2 rounds of combat. Artillery may conduct these assaults alone if land units are in it, as well as artillery participating in defense. When land units are involved, it's a 1-round offensive. If only artillery is used, it's 2 rounds, and the enemy artillery may participate in an artillery duel. Okay, we're going to have to see to the rules of that, I guess, because it doesn't clarify everything I need to know. Oh, what do we got here? Land units during amphibious offensives, 2 points for every participating land unit per combat round is needed. So you got to keep shipping the supplies in, or something, I don't know. Participating headquarters artillery also require 2 points per predetermined bombardment round and subsequent rounds. I assuming this pays for all the shipping transport for all the supplies. Air units during offensive and air phases, for every 3 units participating in offensives on a front map, 1 supply point must be discarded from any activated headquarters supply depot. The air units do not need to be participating in the same individual offensive. For every 3 air units participating in air combat or moving on a front map during the air phase, 1 supply point has to be spent. Again, they don't have to be in the same effect. So you just keep track and figure out where they are spent. And that can be any one on, I don't know, it doesn't even have to be the front, which feels weird, but active defense. Each attack during an active defense requires the same supplies that a regular offensive would require. If no headquarters are within range of the attack, or if the headquarters do not have any supply points, the active defense attack cannot take place. And remember, it's basically an offensive style attack coming back at a hex that was just lost. And if it's regained, it gets a symbolic marker, whatever that means. By the way, I did look that up. There's no fucking errata for this game. There's a review of it that seems glowing. I don't know if the guy who played it or who made the review played it. Like, it is hard to believe the review that I see on this thing. I'm pretty sure he didn't play the Grand Campaign. Okay. Land units during attack or exploitation require same supplies as an assault and amphibious assault of the same rules apply. Right. There's a penalty on the attacker's die rolls. I don't remember any supply cost. During movement, supply is only used during the movement phase when transporting units overseas from one front map to the other. Every 2 units, including supply points and aircraft being moved overseas, require a supply point. Okay. This is as opposed to during the non-combat movement sub-phase of the offensive phase, which isn't even mentioned here. But yeah, so movement doesn't generally cost you, but overseas movement would require, every 2 units being moved overseas require 1 supply point taken from a supply depot or a stack of supply units at either port or departure or arrival. I don't remember that being in the movement rolls, which is kind of shitty, and I think I'll pencil that in. I thought you pay the overseas movement cost here, the supply cost of overseas movement, which is what it sounds like they're talking about. I'm really unhappy because, once again, this requires every 2 units, including supply points and aircraft, being moved overseas requires 1 supply point taken from a supply depot or a stack of supply units at either port of departure or arrival. Now, maybe this is better covered in this next thing, but this feels like a direct contradiction of what we read here, which is units which begin the movement phase at a port supply center may be moved to another port supply center on the same or another front map. To do so, costs as detailed below. Now that says 3.7, which is this. When supplies are placed at port centers, an extra cost of supplies, nations can always place. This may be the cost only to move supplies in there. I'm lost because this doesn't feel like it handles what they're talking about over here. Let's see. Units which begin the movement phase at a port supply center may be moved to another friendly port supply center on the same or another. To do so costs a certain amount of supplies detailed below, taken from the nearest supplied either departure or arrival front map. The amount of supplies is the same as the amount of extra supplies it costs to build in those port centers. Okay, which I assumed was this, but I wasn't told to do that yet. That references me to here, which doesn't talk about units. It talks about supply points. To put a supply point in those port supply centers costs extra supplies. So what this says, supply cost of overseas movement, seems to be wrong. This seems to reference this rule, but this rule doesn't do anything about that prior rule. And on the other hand, the supply used during movement seems to indicate no matter what, if I'm moving at sea, I'm going to have to spend one supply point for every 2 units. Now, that's weird, because in the overseas movement, it says this is units at a port supply center may be moved to another friendly port supply at the same or another front map. To do so costs a certain amount of supplies detailed below, taken from the nearest supply depot on either departure or arrival. It would be horrible to do it on the arrival because you're already paying extra on those. And that detailed below references a rule which talks about this for supply points only. And then units may be moved to friendly controlled coastal hexes on other front maps, which is double the amount it would cost to move them to a port supply center on the same front map as the friendly coastal hex. Which is, according to this, always a half point of supply. 1 every 2 units. I don't know what to do about this. I really don't. Again, so unlike the symbolic, which leaves, I mean, the symbolic leaves me with there's something being said here and I don't get what it is. Here, there's something being said here and it appears to be different things in 3 different places, all of which kind of contradict each other when taken into consideration. This is a game you're going to have to. That is one thing that the review said, is that the rules require some active interpretation. Yeah, no shit. I mean, they actively fucking contradict each other, and to me, this is worse than the symbolic morale values. Those I felt like I can come to some answer that maybe doesn't really fit the rules and I'd be happy with, or something that fits them that I'd be kind of unhappy with, and I could settle on it. This feels like no matter what, I am just directly contradicting 2 rules by whatever I choose. Well, no, not necessarily. So the 2 on this page, the overseas supply port and the supply used during movement phase actually work together. The other one doesn't. It directly contradicts what's going on here as far as I can see. And I think there was actually an example of how much it costs to move a unit in there, and it fits this chart. And now there's an example here. For example, if a player were to place supply at Salonika, they would need to discard 2 supply points in order to place 1 at Salonika. Now, this is a little weird because it's 2 extra supply needed to place at Salonika, but I guess what they're saying is I'm moving 1 and it costs me 2 additional to do that. I'm not discarding 3 to place 1. But it should be remembered that nations can draw supplies from allies, so in this case, if the Greeks were providing supply to the British would not have to bring their own supply. And then this list is essentially what's here. And I throw my hands up in confusion because that other rule references this rule for movement of units. Here also, supply is only used in the movement phase when transporting units overseas. 3.7, this rule again. But here, it directly contradicts what this rule would say if it applied to units. And here, every 2 units, including supply points and aircraft being moved overseas, require 1 supply point. I don't know how to cope with this. I really don't. And in particular, it's going to, if I put these in effect, this says including supply points. This is the cost for moving supply points. Which one? Which one? Pick one. Yeah, everything's in contradiction at one level or another. But hey, that's it for the supply rules, folks. We all clear? Jesus. Yeah, I didn't remember this being this contradictory, but when I just read through it, this is why going through with a fine-tooth comb is on video is really important to me, understanding rules. Because it's where I find these problems, and I'm like, okay, I got to make up a new game. You know, I got to make up rules to be able to play this game. I thought the components were going to be the main problem, and I think they still are. Just like Nations in Arms, the components ended up being the problem. Just like War and Peace, the components of the new version ended up being the problem. Because I can make up some set of rules and get used to playing them that way. I may end up playing them different ways at different times in the game, but you can take this all as is, you know, stick to the big companies. I'm sorry, you know, once companies start, yeah, obviously this is somebody who put out very, very few games. But once companies start like letting you know that they can't put together good rule sets, maybe shy away from them. We're no longer, and that's fine if you like World War II games, you know, right? We're no longer in the era where all the companies have a fair number of games out there that are problematic. Although, I gotta say, even GMT is beginning to show less and less quality control in terms of their rules, and I point to Banish All Their Fears. Now, I've ordered the sequel to this, maybe in hopes that I get the right rules. The main reason is because I really love these kind of off-topic things. The things that aren't the common, you know, it's World War II, Civil War. I was shocked. We talked about Herr Doctor before. May have been the same poll, I think it was, where, yeah, it was, where he was noting that, you know, World War I games are like the third most popular now. I can remember a day, now he blames it all on Paths of Glory. That may be true, that may not be. But I can remember a day back when I entered gaming when, you know, something like the Kaiser's Battle got a really low rating in S&T, and the argument was nobody likes World War I. And likewise, World War I style games in the general got poor ratings. I thought the Kaiser's Battle was a decent game. I thought it was up there with, you know, as good as like things like, what was it, the VCS, the Variable Combat System? It's the one that had Sicily, Operation Grenade was the first one in it. I just did Salerno, I don't know, within the last few years. You know, actually, I think I did the whole boat of them relatively recently, but because I remember being up here. But, you know, I mean, yeah, it's not as innovative a system as that maybe, but it had some really neat things in it, and I think did a good job of showing stuff. But, like, World War I just got shitty ratings. I mean, I'm talking about, like, below a 6 on the SPI thing, and there was nothing wrong with that game. Sometimes the game is such a mess that it gets, you know, that it got a poor rating, or something like Port Tito, which I thought was a great game, but it was too innovative for its time, apparently, for the S&T crowd. I don't know. It's got its weird factors. But anyway, we're getting way off topic here. But again, if you're this far in the rules, I don't know. I don't know if you're really hoping to get a great grasp on the game. I put the intro out to give y'all a decent feel for what the game's like. But at some point or another, I got to just cut loose and be me, right? Yeah, one of the problems is, sure, GMT puts out a fair amount of stuff that's on topics that aren't incredibly popular, especially in the Here I Stand type stuff, Tanto Monta, some of the coin stuff like that. But they tend to shy away from things like this, you know? I mean, they did a World at War, but that's World War II, man. But yeah, you know, I'm driven away from companies like Compass, which had a couple of years that I felt that they kind of redeemed themselves. But now I'm running into more and more problematic rule sets. But again, even GMT is beginning to flounder a bit when it comes to when it comes to the same level of quality that they were doing before. And I really think it's Gene stepping down. I really think that there's more emphasis on making money rather than making sure that the product is really, really tight. Just my guess. Anyway, I'm going to take a bit of a break, not a huge one, because we're on the unit side and I can use it. Not only did I take care of my biological needs and some more coffee, which is a biological need, I also handled a couple of game needs and put 3 more pieces of the masking tape down. All right, units. Strength points on units. This is indicated on the bottom edge of each counter. I gotta be careful about this because I haven't decided which way I want to face there. I could move all the counters so that they're facing that way because I'm gonna be playing from that direction on the Russian map, whereas on all the other maps have them facing down towards me, or just have everything facing the same direction and deal with the reversal when I switch chairs. When hits are inflicted, the strength points are decreased and the unit is either flipped by 180 degrees so that the new strength of the unit is at the southern edge, or the counter is replaced by its partner. Okay. Now, flipping a counter to me means turning it upside down. That's not what was done here because these weren't double-sided counters. I've made them so. Instead, what they mean is rotated 180 degrees. Again, this feels like it's not an English as a first language game. To have used flipped instead of rotated, I can see making that mistake. I can see making some of these mistakes. There were a couple that seemed a little out of character for a native English speaker. And then, I don't know, the review, one of the discussions of the game that I saw was in a French publication, or a French website, but I couldn't get to that site. I assume it's not blocked due to national limitations. Anyway, units which have a strength of 3 or 4 have partner counters with strength 1 and 2. They're glued on the bottom back side. These partner counters are the same unit at a lower strength. Now, there are a lot of unit counters in this game. The idea of replacement counters a la Anzio in this is just fucking obscene. It should just tell you to glue them together. I don't know. This is based on the number of the unit strength is based on the number of dots facing down on the counter. The strength is the die roll effect for hits. It's also how many hits it can take. When it takes a hit, it reduces its strength by 1. Terrain, weather, and other factors, though, can change the die roll. Units enter the game at different strengths. The entrance strength, the amount of strength points the unit has when it is removed from the force pool and placed onto the map, is represented by a line passing through the dots. This is sometimes not easy to discern. Even with the camera, sometimes I think there are some that I didn't see any line going through. The unit is placed on the map with the dots with the line running through it at the southern edge. The strength of the unit can be increased by reinforcements beyond the entrance strength. An important thing is you have to pay the entrance strength to bring a new unit in. So if a unit gets destroyed completely, if you want to bring that unit back, you have to pay its full entrance strength. You can't bring, some sort of cadre in. And that is why this can't just be like a strength point game where everything just has 4 strength points, and they can be rotated around or whatever. When a unit is destroyed, it's placed in the force pool. It can be returned to the map if purchased. The movement allowance is based on the front map you're on. At the edges of each front map, the movement allowance is indicated. Infantry, headquarters, supply, and tanks have movement equal to the allowance on the map. Cavalry have twice the movement allowance on the map. Air units have 3 times the movement allowance on the map. And terrain affects the amount of movement points necessary to enter the hex. I assume air units don't have to pay extra, more than 1 movement point per, but that was not indicated anywhere that I remember, but maybe when we hit the air units rules. Stacking, there's a stacking limit of 2 combat units per hex. Supply fortresses, trenches, air units, headquarters, and informational do not affect stacking. Only infantry and cavalry are considered within stacking. Stacking can be exceeded during movement in combat. For example, more than 2 units may move across a hex, and more than 2 units may move into a hex to attack it. But never may more than 2 land units occupy the hex at the end of a phase. This is problematic because I think it includes certain subphases. In particular, when I'm looking at the offensive phase, I think each of these subphases, no, not each of them, is it? Yeah. Because you move into the hex for initial combat. The active defense is if the attacker wins it. Attacker exploitation is also if the attacker wins it, but he's already pulled out of the hex by that point. So even subphases count, not just things that are actually labeled as phases. Okay. If at the end of an offensive more than 2 units remain to occupy the newly conquered hex, the extra units must be placed in the nearest friendly hex. That's actually in the offensive itself, like in the attack part of the offensive phase. Chosen by the owning player, and where they won't violate stacking. Only the player that owns a particular stack of units may look at the contents of that stack. Other players can only see the top unit of the counter, unless reconnaissance units are used to look at the contents of the stack. Of course, when combat occurs, the contents of participating stacks are revealed. So the reconnaissance units are air units. I guess they can give you a little bit more information about what's in a stack. I feel like I'm going to probably largely ignore them, which is unfortunate, but it's a matter of so let me try to explain. Fog of War, for me, is problematic because there's things I should know that I don't know, even within the game, because I walk away a lot. So there's information I should know about a stack that I won't necessarily know. And so I kind of allow myself a fuzzy amount of being able to look at things, even in a game that has full Fog of War. I also feel like full Fog of War doesn't make a lot of sense. Now, it's not full in this game. You get to see how big a stack is. And especially because, well, maybe not so much, but because some of the counters are double thickness because they're pasted together, I got a pretty good idea of how much strength is in a stack just by looking at the size of it. So there's not a lot of information I'm going to get out of the reconnaissance counters. They're not giving me like an attack bonus or anything like that, which is kind of a shame. I feel like they should have some other usage other than Fog of War. Like they should give your artillery advantages or something else, and they really don't. And the Fog of War usage, again, even if I knew the strength fully, it doesn't really help me a hell of a lot on the attacks. Certainly not to the degree that like mapping out the trench lines and determining where forces were actually positioned specifically at a level which is like too small for the hexes. Reconnaissance was used in ways that aren't being reflected here. All you're kind of knowing is how many strength points are what strength units are in the hex, which I just feel is so minor compared to what reconnaissance actually was used for. Anyway, where are we here? When combat occurs, the contents of the stacks is revealed, which is why I say I'm going to forget all that stuff. And in a game of this size, like if I'm playing one theater, again, let's say I'm playing opposed, one theater, that's going to be a much quicker, shorter game, and we're probably not going to walk away a lot of times. Whereas if I'm playing even opposed, this whole thing, that's probably going to be once a week gaming, maybe, where at a certain point in my life it would have been every day. But what I'm trying to say is, if I had like a gaming buddy in the area who wanted to do big war games, we probably wouldn't be getting together every day and playing 12-hour days of the game. We probably would be getting together once a week and playing maybe 4 or 5 hours in that setting and then breaking. In which case, all kinds of information is just constantly being lost. So the effects of this, the effects of the memory become something of, okay, yeah, I guess I could write down the information that I know and keep some kind of complicated logging. Another option, I don't like when a game requires sort of my natural capability to remember things as an important part of the game itself. Now, I'm okay with like hidden trackable information in some games being present, as long as you can't write anything down. Because my feeling is, okay, part of my strategy is how much of my brain activity am I allocating to remember stuff. As long as we're just sitting there playing through it. But, where it's like, okay, we broke for the week and now we're back 7 days later, I'm not going to remember what a given stack, had in it and shit like that. And that's just like the period in which, the timing of how we play it is going to determine whether or not we both remember a damn thing about what's going on. And that feels artificial and wrong. It's kind of like, I don't remember, there were magic cards in the, they've come up with more of these. They're unusable cards that they decided to publish. And I got a quantity of the first set of them, the cracked ones. And they have things like, somebody who's wearing jeans gets a certain advantage or disadvantage. And I'm just like, this is stupid. It's just stupid. Okay. And unless there were counter cards of the same thing, maybe. I don't know. Informational supply counters cannot hide the contents of the stack. The enemy players can look under to see the top unit of the stack. Only land units, fortresses, trenches, air units, and headquarters can hide the units underneath them. Okay, so this is something even more fucked up. So if you have trenches or fortifications, your units should be stacked under them so they're hidden. That pisses me off too. That's like, I can't even tell who's on, which country is under that fortification. And in fact, I can't even peek under it to see whose country it is. Seriously. Whose stack is that? If I peek under it, I'm getting unfair information because you can't look under a fort. That's a problem. Because the forts and entrenchments are all monochrome. They're not by nation. I guess I could poke a corner out so that I can remember that I'm allowed to look at that stack. Not like there's any rules for violating this, but, it's like cheating in any other way, right? Headquarters. Headquarters have a picture of artillery on them. Here's a problem with the game. Headquarters, first of all, different nations have different pictures on them. I don't mind that too much. But this looks like a fucking, crop harvester, an old school crop harvester that you'd put behind a tractor or put possibly even behind horses. And then, as time goes on, the pictures for given countries, as they get later armies, they have different images on them. The tanks have the same thing and whatnot. At least the tanks have different values. The artillery, there's nothing different about them, but they put more modern artillery pieces on them. It's a playability problem. They don't do that with the planes. The planes, I thank God, but the planes have a single image for the type of plane that they are, for each country at least. Headquarters are needed for combat. They act as supply depots and are the only sources of supply for units. They also activate units and conduct offensives. Units cannot conduct an offensive without a headquarter being activated, and the units have to be within range of that headquarters. They also double as artillery batteries. The range of a headquarters is the movement allowance on each map. It extends over any hexes within the extent of its range. Only units within a headquarters range can be activated for an offensive and can draw supply. They can move a number of hexes equal to the movement allowance for their front map. They can move during the supply phase or the movement phase if not activated beforehand. Moving in the supply phase does not activate them. Headquarters are entered, so you're able to move forward to support your attack. Headquarters are entered into the map like other units when it's a seasonal turn to enter. Headquarters do not cost any NMPs to enter the game. Headquarters may be placed on any home supply center or port supply center. British and American headquarters are placed in the Channel Coast port supply centers. There's not a lot of Channel Coast port, but one that bothers me is Newport is a port supply in Belgium. I think I'm able to start the Brits there. Wouldn't bother me too much. Okay. It's not clear. It doesn't distinguish between French and Belgian. I'm just not sure, but frankly, the British weren't at war until the Belgians were invaded, so I think that's legit. The range of headquarters cannot extend from one map to the other. The only exceptions are the Western Front Strasbourg edition and the Eastern Front Berlin map. Strasbourg. But not the Seine map. That's interesting. I would think the Seine map would count, but I have to look at how that's... Yeah, see, that's letter determined. I think that counts too. Because they directly connect. But then again, I think other things might too. So the Balkan and Eastern connect directly too. I don't know. Because they're considered the same map. I really don't know. The range of headquarters for offensives is because I could see you relying on a connection through here and having to put an extra headquarters in play to cover the two different maps in a way that just doesn't feel appropriate. Like, it's... Yes, I know the scales are different, but that's okay. That the game can handle. This land connects to this land. It just does. And that's where my problem is. And I think, given how problematic these rules are, I'm going to make up rules to make myself happy like that. The range of headquarters for offensives is affected by enemy zones. Lines of supply from a headquarters to the activated units must not be greater than the movement allowance on each map. I assume there's proportionality between the maps where it applies. Multiple headquarters can be used to support one attack. They can stack together and share supplies. They cannot be taken as casualties in combat. Okay. I'm feeling the need to break here. So we're going to stop at headquarters artillery. This is giving me a headache and making my eye twitch. Battery did not charge. I gotta swap. Unfortunately, I think it's the coffee that's hitting me. A twitchy eye, some other issues. I'm gonna switch batteries before I get on. Because I set it up so that it looks like it's charging. I don't wait very long, like 10 seconds or so. And apparently that's not long enough for it to stop. And it's probably just a matter of the wire drops into a position where it's not working right. One of the chargers is a little weird. Well, one of the chargers that attaches to the camera is a little weird. The standalone charger is very finicky. Okay, and this tape is not working as well as I had hoped. tighter. Maybe that'll help. All right, headquarters artillery. Artillery is used during assault and attrition offensives. One artillery unit requires one supply point per combat round. An artillery unit inflicts a hit on an enemy with a roll of 3 or less, in all cases excepting the 2 described below. Artillery acts as regular units in combat, though they cannot sustain casualties. Multiple artillery from headquarters can participate in the same offensive as long as these headquarters are activated for the offensive. And the range of artillery is equal to the movement allowance on each map. Now, okay, I guess range. Multiple artillery doesn't feel like it's something that's different from normal units, so I don't know what they're talking about. One headquarters unit is considered to also be one artillery unit. Once a headquarters is activated, the artillery cannot be used for the rest of the turn, whether or not the artillery participated in an offensive. Artillery from one nation can be used in attacks and defensive actions by other nations within that alliance. That feels a little odd. When firing in defense, inactive artillery may fire into only one battle per enemy offensive. I think that's going to be per enemy offensive round, but I'm not positive of that. It may be for the entire offensive. So then it's committed to a given hex, but that's only defensively. I don't know. Okay. Predetermined artillery bombardments. Artillery bombardments take place before any land combat occurs. At the beginning of the initial combat, the attacking player declares the length of the bombardment in rounds. Now, this does not sound like what I've heard so far. There's been discussion of these predetermined artillery bombardments. But again, I look here, I declare a front offensive. I declare the individual offensives. I go to initial combat, which is where the fighting happens. There's no special step here, which kind of disturbs me. Anyway, let's take a look. At the beginning of the initial combat, the attacking player declares the length of the bombardment in rounds. The maximum length is 9 rounds. Each round of artillery bombardment requires a supply point. The first 3 rounds hit on a 3 or less. The 4th through 6th hit on a 2 or less. The 7th through 9th hit on a 1. This isn't showing a change in technology. There's certain kinds of things like rolling barrages and stuff. I don't think they're in the cards either. What is it? Drum roll barrages as well. Which were different techniques. Artillery bombardment that lasts more than 1 round give the defending units a DRM of +1 for the first round of initial combat. What does that mean? It sounds to me like it makes the defending units more capable of fighting. And it doesn't say it's a penalty. So I guess if you're doing more than 1 round, the drumfire barrage is probably a 1-round combat. But again, these techniques are all just available from the start, which feels weird. When a predetermined bombardment is declared, it must be finished regardless of the results. The attack by land units must then follow, also regardless of the results of the predetermined bombardment. Artillery may not participate in the first round of initial combat if used in pre-bombardment, but may participate in subsequent rounds, inflicting hits on a roll of 3 or less. The artillery may participate in the first round of combat during attack, exploitation, and active defense phases. So I'm trying to figure this out. It feels like it's new rules being squeezed, like a new capability being squeezed into the combat sequence that we were given. Really feels like it should have been referenced in the sequence of play better. But we wouldn't expect that, would we? So if I choose to pre-bombard, I can do 1 round without any penalties, hits on a 3 or less. I can do more than 1 round That'll cause a bonus for the first round of combat because I'm giving the defenders too much warning of where the attack's going to come. And the more rounds I do, the less capability I have. But then I can also apply it during the combat rounds themselves, but not the first one, I guess. Predetermined artillery bombardments may not take place during attack or exploitation or active defense. The artillery can participate, but only along with other attacking units. Now here there's a special artillery can participate in the first round of combat during exploitation and active defense. I assume they can participate in any round of those, because there's no prohibition against it. So I don't know. Again, it feels like it's a negation of the you can't fire. If you do a pre-bombardment, you can't fire in the first round of combat. During attrition offensives, there's no predetermined bombardment, and bombardment can only last 2 rounds. Attrition bombardment hits on a roll of 3 or less for the first round and 2 or less on the second final round. We'll get to the other part of that. Casualties inflicted by pre-bombardment must be taken off by the defending player before the initial combat begins. Doesn't seem to be any limitation against taking it on trenches, which makes sense. Artillery duels can take place during attrition offensives. When an attrition offensive with artillery alone is declared, artillery may fire 1 round at an enemy hex at the cost of 1 supply and hits roll on 3 or less. Artillery can fire again for a second and last round for another supply point if an artillery duel does not take place. If it does take place, artillery fires again at an enemy hex and inflicts a hit on a roll of 2 or less. So I'm guessing I get that 3 or less if a duel doesn't happen. An artillery duel takes place during the second round of combat if a defending headquarters within range is designated to participate at the cost of 1 supply point. The attacking artillery must also lose a supply point. Now, if I've already spent 2 for 2 rounds, I'm losing another one. When an artillery duel takes place, the following procedure occurs. Okay, let's see. Defending artillery fire. On a roll of 3, the attacking artillery are neutralized, meaning they may now fire at the defending artillery or the attacked hex. On a roll of 2, the attacking artillery are neutralized, and the supply depot must discard an extra supply point. I'm already losing an extra supply point just for the artillery duel. On a 1, the attacking artillery are neutralized and 2 supply points are lost. A roll of 4 or higher has no effect. If the attacking artillery are neutralized, the attrition offensive and the artillery duel is over. If the artillery are not neutralized, the player may choose whether to fire at the attacked hex or at the defending artillery. If he fires at the attacked hex, the procedure is the same as in the first round. Okay, if the duel doesn't happen, I hit on a 2 or less. A roll of 3 or 2 results in a... sorry, wrong place. The procedure is the same as the first round, which I guess means that I hit on a 2 or less, which is not the first round, but I don't know. If the player decides to fire at the defending artillery, a roll of 3 or 2 results in a supply point lost for the defending headquarters supply depot. A roll of 1 results in 2 supplies lost. A roll of 4 or higher has no effect. So I can aim at his supplies, essentially. Anyway. I don't know if you hit on a 3 or a 2 if you're not neutralized and the duel took place. I can make arguments for either side of it. And the rules are kind of ambiguous about it. I would actually say that what they support, because it says the procedure is the same as the first round, is that I'd hit on a 3 or less. And the reason for that is the troops aren't taking cover because they're counting on the counter battery fire to protect them. But there's no real advantage to the troops not taking cover because it's an attrition attack. If the targeted headquarters do not have enough supplies to sustain the damage, a strength point equal to the amount of supplies lost must be deducted from any land unit within range of the headquarters. If multiple strength points are to be deducted, these can be split over several units or inflicted all on one. Naval artillery support. On front maps where an alliance is allowed to conduct amphibious invasions, units of that alliance on a coastal hex get a bonus of 1 extra artillery in all combat at no extra supply cost. This is whether or not it's an amphibious assault. Capturing headquarters. If a hex with a headquarters is present in is captured, a die is rolled on a 1 through 7, the headquarters is moved to any adjacent friendly hex. On an 8 through 10, the headquarters is returned to the force pool. Now, headquarters don't have a cost to replace, so I guess it just shows up again, but we'll see. Headquarters units not sharing a hex with friendly combat units, but within their zone of control, cannot be captured during the movement phase. They can be captured in this situation during the offensive phase. I guess you attack them, even though there's nothing defending them. Infantry unit, and I see nothing about replacing the headquarters, but since they do not have a cost, I assume that you just get them back on the next turn. Infantry units are the most common units in the game. They're represented with a box with an X. Yeah, we really need to know that. Anybody playing this game is going to be familiar with war games, folks, and with the NATO symbology. But okay. They are used to occupy and capture hexes and during attacks in the offensive phase. Infantry units have a combat strength equal to the strength points on the southern edge, blah, blah, blah. When infantry are destroyed, they're placed in the force pool. They may be purchased again at their entrance strength in subsequent seasonal turns, paying the cost for the full strength. Infantry units may have their strength increased by reinforcements placed during seasonal or monthly. They have a movement allowance equal to the front map. They cost 4 NMPs, used correctly here, per strength point. When buying a unit from the force pool, it must be bought at entrance strength. Thus, if the entrance strength is 3, it costs 12 NMPs. Infantry units may be placed on any home supply center or port supply center. There's something that indicates if they're placed in a port supply center, you got to pay this cost. But again, not sure about that, because this cost is higher than the 1/2 that it would cost to move them there, so that feels really weird. Cavalry. Cavalry are represented by a box with a diagonal line. Yeah, great. They can be used to occupy and capture hexes like infantry. They have a combat strength equal to the strength points on the southern edge. When they're destroyed, they're placed in the force pool. They can be purchased at their entrance strength. They may have their strength increased up to their max. They have a movement allowance equal to twice the front map. They cost 3 NPs per strength point. So they're better than infantry, but cost less. Must be bought at entrance strength. Why are they better than infantry, but less? I can get why they're less. They're smaller forces. But it's hard to believe that they are better than infantry of their same strength. Now, some cav units are small and can't be built large. Some infantry units are small and can't be built large. I don't know, and can figure out the odds, whether or not big units are better than small units. So here's the thing. If I have a single unit with strength 4, I have a 40% chance of causing a hit. Nothing bonus happens based on different die rolls, unlike the artillery duel, the artillery fire. Well, the duels at least. If I have two point units, each one has a 20% chance of hitting. I think I'm better off with that, but I'm not absolutely certain. Because I'm not looking at the chance of getting one hit. I have a chance of getting 2 hits with 2 smaller infantry divisions, but the chance is lower on each, and I'm just trying, like, it's not clear to me which is going to generate better results in any given situation. I just don't know. Anyhow, I'm a little disturbed because Cav just seem like cool shit, whereas I feel like they should kind of suck against, like, entrenchments and stuff. They don't seem to. Maybe there's something else, but I don't recall anything. Tanks. Tanks are represented by images of tanks, which change. Like, different nationalities have different pictures on them, which can be used to occupy and capture hexes during attacks, like infantry units. They're available only to France, Great Britain, US, and Germany later in the game. They're all available later in the game, so, yeah, I don't know. And the US comes in later in the game. Tank units always have a combat strength of 1. When a hit is inflicted on them, they're destroyed. When some tank units are destroyed, they're placed in the force pool. They may be purchased again at their entrance strength. Some tank units cannot be repurchased and must be discarded entirely. These are listed on here. They're older versions, but if they don't get hit, you can keep them around forever. I don't know. Tank units may not have their strength increased by reinforcements, as they have a maximum of 1 strength point, but they cost 6 NMPs each to build, each strength point. Tanks have a movement allowance equal to the front map. They're subject to terrain and weather. When attacking units in trenches, the defending units suffer a -1 DRM, i.e. to their chance to hit. And any hits inflicted by tank units cannot be taken by trenches. Tanks do not affect stacking limits. Tanks may be placed on any home supply center or port supply center. France, Germany, and Great Britain may only ever purchase tanks once they get their tank warfare card drawn. The United States can purchase them upon entry into the war. I'm going to hold off because I'm almost out of battery. That one isn't finished charging yet, so it's break time. It's to be invariably the case. It's almost dawn, and I found, ways to keep myself from falling asleep. Just busying myself in stuff I don't particularly want to do. All right, let's take a look at the air units. I need to go shopping this week, and I was kind of hoping to go today. I don't know if that's going to happen now, because I was on short sleep and like 5 hours. Then I had a nap, maybe an hour nap. And it's like, yeah, am I going to wake up early and be awake enough that I want to go to sleep? I don't know. And now this one's being cranky too. Yeah, let me relight. Cold. It's like mid-May. It gets up near 80, but it's cold at night. It's down below 50 and just nasty. I've got like the heat on in my room. Anyway, air units have images of aircraft and have the word fighter squadron, bomber squadron, or reconnaissance. And it's hard to read. It really is. If I zoom in, I can see what's printed on the counters, but the particular typefaces that they use are just so tiny and everything. It's very painful. My eyes are not that good. And, that's the thing. A lot of us are older. Games seem to be trending, or at least some of them seem to be trending towards making stuff, tiny still. I don't know. I'm just cranky, but this game in particular has been really troublesome. I have to really zoom in to try to see some of the information on the counters. And there's so little information presented on them that it's like, surely they could have done, they could have put that little ST a little bit bigger, and more importantly, the dates, because those are hard to distinguish for me. Okay. Air units don't affect stacking. They have a movement range. Okay, remember when I said they had a movement range of twice? Here it says they have 3 times the movement allowance on each front map. This movement allowance must allow for air units to return to friendly territory to land. Which one is it? I don't know. Again, the rules are in direct contradiction. Sometimes maybe I'll use twice, sometimes 3 times. Who knows? Oh, wait, maybe because Cav have twice. Maybe they're right that air units are 3 times. I seem to remember it wasn't. And now I'm wanting to find it. Fuck. I don't know. I swear it said something somewhere. Here we have the map movement allowances. I swear there was a movement allowance for units discussed earlier. And now I'm lost on it. Maybe my head's just hurting too much to do this right now. Movement allowances. Here we go. Infantry headquarters supply and tanks. Cav have a movement. Air units have a movement allowance 3 times. Okay, I just didn't remember it well. Fair enough. It's good. Okay. This must allow for air units to return to friendly territory to land. If an air unit cannot reach a target and land in friendly territory, it cannot be used for that target. In other words, no suicide missions. Air units cannot be placed in mountain or hexes with trenches present. Air units may move by rail or overseas movement, like other units during movement phase. When an enemy land unit enters the hex occupied by an air unit, a die is rolled. On a 1 through 5, the air unit's destroyed. On a 6 through 10, it's moved to another friendly hex within that unit's movement range. If this air unit was on patrol, the unit is considered no longer to be on patrol. Air units can be placed on any home supply center or port supply center. This is for building them. British and American air units can be placed in the Channel Coast port supply centers. Air units do not need to be within range of an HQ to participate in a land offensive. They merely have to be in range of the targeted hex. But they have to include the return movement. And how do you remember how many points they have for return? I have no idea. There's nothing that's going to help you with that. Air combat is similar to land combat between infantry and cavalry. Only fighter units and aces may participate in air combat, but reconnaissance and bombers may be taken as casualties if they're present. Air combat takes place before land combat. Any air units which survive air combat and were also activated to participate in that particular land offensive may do so. Units which were destroyed or withdrew from air combat may not participate in the land combat. Air units may withdraw from air combat after the first round. Defending or intercepted air units may only withdraw on a 1 through 5 after casualties are removed after each round. If the result is 6 through 10, they must fight another round of air combat if the attacking air units wish to continue. Attacking or intercepting air units may only withdraw on a 1 through 7, and a roll of 8 to 10, the result is the same as for defending, which I think means same as for defending units which fail. But I don't know. I mean, an 8 through 10 defenders take that effect, so yeah. Patrols and interception. During the air phase, any fighter and or ace units which were not used during that phase, so again, you're going to have to put activated markers on these. I don't think there are enough for everybody, but may be designated as on patrol or on interception. Now, I don't think there's a marker for interception. There's a marker for patrol. It's a little blue thing. Oh. We got so many damn counter trays here. And it's kind of a pain. These are the patrol markers, and they actually say on patrol. Maybe if you zoom in, you can read it. I can see it with my naked eyes, but I can't really get it to work on the camera. It's not like focusing in because it's kind of like written in a typeface that's not really that visible, but I can kind of see it with my eyes. Oh, where are we? Fighters and ace units not designated as on patrol are considered on interception. So I guess if it doesn't have a marker, it's on interception, but whatever. To place a unit on patrol, one supply point is discarded from the nearest supply depot. A patrol counter is put on top of the unit. A unit on patrol may intercept any air unit which enters the patrol range of the unit. The patrol range is equal in hexes to the movement allowance for the front map that the unit is located on, not triple or anything like that. If an enemy unit enters this patrol range, the unit on patrol may intercept that unit and air combat would occur. Units on patrol may conduct an unlimited number of interceptions during the turn. At the end of the turn, the patrol counters are removed from the board. Okay. A unit on interception can intercept any unit which enters interception range, which is half the movement allowance of the front map. If an enemy unit enters the interception range, it may be intercepted as above. Units on interception can only conduct one interception per turn, so they get an activated marker when they land, I guess. Interception for on patrol or on interception units can take place at any time during the air phase or offensive phase. The alliance who moves second has its units considered on interception during the other alliance's phase. I think all air units are on interception until they do something. If units intercept during this time, they may not be used during the rest of the turn. Like they talk about the alliance that moves second. Look, you can bop back and forth between alliances. So I don't really think, I think it's just the guy who's not moving is on interception. With everybody who's not activated, they're uncommitted. And intercepting when they're not on patrol is an expensive action. This is a reason why going first in the offensive or the air phase can be very powerful, because the other guy hasn't put any of his planes on patrol yet. It feels a little weird, but okay. I mean, in your offensive phase, you're not putting them in patrol. You have to put them in patrol during the air phase. So, okay. But if you want to do air superiority, you get an advantage because the other guy doesn't have anything on patrol during it. Fighters. Fighters can do the following actions in addition to movement: attack supply depots or individual supply units, participate in offensives of land units, intercept enemy air units, or escort friendly reconnaissance or bombers. The cost of fighters is 4 NPs per strength point. When buying a fighter unit from the force pool, it must be bought at its entrance strength. I don't know what that is. I think it's 2, but I'm not sure. I don't have any fighters on the board yet. This is a dude. This is a fighter. Let's see what this looks like. So this has a 2. And I know none of them are double-sided. I'm guessing that they're all coming in on strength 2, but it's, I mean, I can look at fighters from other players. Here's some German. Gotta find them. These are reconnaissance. These are bombers. These are fighters. I mean, if the miner has a 2 and nothing is double-sided, they're all going to have strength 2, I guess. although possibly some miners only have strength of 1. I have no idea how they demonstrate units that have a starting strength of 1. I haven't seen one with like a line going through that 1. So, okay. Attacking supplies. Fighter units can attack supply units and depots. If a supply unit or depot is located within range, the supplies can be attacked. When attacking, you roll a die. On a roll equal to or less than the strength of the fighter unit, another die is rolled. That'll be the amount of supplies destroyed. If the result is higher than the amount of supplies present in the hex, they're all destroyed. However, when attacking a supply depot and not individual supply units, a roll of 10 on either of the supply depot being a headquarters, a roll of 10 on either of the above 2 rolls results in a strength loss for the attacking unit and no supplies being destroyed. This is kind of weird because you want low on the first roll. The second roll, you want high, but not a 10. Fighter units are subject to interception when attacking supply units. Participating in a land offensive. Fighter units can participate in land offensives if they survive any air combat that takes place before the land combat begins. For each participating fighter unit, a participating infantry, cavalry, or tank receives a +1 DRM. That is a good thing. Multiple fighter units can cause multiple DRMs to one unit, or one DRM can to multiple units. But each participating fighter can only lend its +1 DRM to one land unit. If a defending land unit rolls a 1 in combat, enemy air units may be selected as the casualty by the defending player. Fighters may not be taken as casualties by the player using the fighters. I don't know what that is talking about. If a defending land unit rolls a 1 in combat, enemy air units can be selected. Fighters cannot be taken as casualties by the player using the fighters. I don't even know what that's meant to represent. Fighters can only be brought in to support a defensive action if there were enemy fighters to intercept. But it sounds like once they do that, they can. They can support the ground units too. Escorting reconnaissance or bomber units. Fighters may escort reconnaissance and bomber units when these units are conducting their own missions. The fighters may conduct other actions such as air combat, attacking supplies, or supporting land offensives, as well as escorting units, as long as these actions happen in the same target hex. To escort air units, a fighter must fly to the hex containing the unit to be escorted. Then the escorting fighter and the escorted unit fly together to the target hex. Flying to the unit to be escorted and to the target hex cannot be more than the movement allowance for the fighter. If enemy air units intercept the escorted unit or escorting fighter, the escorting fighter may conduct air combat. Now, this seems a little weird because you would expect fighters to have less range, but they actually have the same range as everything else. So I don't know. It's not going to be huge ranges like in World War II, no matter what. But some of the bombers were larger planes and could carry more fuel. But of course, they'd be carrying bombs instead. Certainly some of the recon planes, you'd be using larger planes. Oddly enough, they're probably bomber-like planes too. So it's like, what exactly? It's not really distinguishing in a way that makes sense in World War I. I don't know. Oh, we're almost out of battery. We're not going to get through all the air stuff unless I swap batteries. Let's swap batteries, and we'll do that. And yeah, dawn is kind of here now. I mean, it's not over my horizon because I got hills in the way, but it's obviously over the horizon behind the hills. Okay. So what were we on? Reconnaissance. Reconnaissance units have only one action in addition to movement. They're used to look at the contents of a stack. You normally can't look at an enemy stack. You need to move into the hex containing the stack. Once it's done, you can look. You can only look at one stack. Each unit can only look at one stack per turn. The reconnaissance units may be intercepted by fighters and aces, escorted by friendly fighters and aces. They may only conduct reconnaissance mission during the air phase. I think you can combine them in with bombers and fighters, obviously. They cost 5 NMPs each. They do not have a strength. They can't be in combat. They can sustain hits. I'm probably going to use them just to take losses more than anything else, because I really don't view their capability to look to be terribly effective. I should have a pretty good idea of what's near me that I've engaged already, and I probably am never going to buy reconnaissance units because I view them as completely useless. Well, not completely, but that I have to make other allowances for being able to look at stuff. And some of that is simply I look at the size of the stack, and, you know, because the combat system is, you know, this kind of buckets of dice type of thing. It's not really something that, like, you need to get an exact odds value or anything for. Well, it's absolutely not. Bombers can do the following: attack supply depots or individual supply units, participate in land offensives, or attack landed enemy aircraft. Now, bombers cost 5 NMPs, and this is, again, the right term. NMPs is the morale points. That's what you buy stuff with, per strength point. When buying a bomber unit from the force pool, it must be bought at its entrance strength. Reconnaissance don't have a strength. I guess just one strength point. Attacking supplies. Bombers can be used to attack supply units and depots. If it's located within range of the bomber, the supplies can be attacked. You roll a die. On a roll equal to or less than twice the strength of the bomber, another die is rolled. This will be the amount of supplies lost. However, on a 10 on either die roll, it results in a strength loss for the attacking unit. But it doesn't prevent the damage to the supply units. Participating in land offensives. Bombers can participate in a land offensive if they survive any air combat that takes place. Each participating bomber acts as a land unit in that it directly attacks enemy land units. The strength of the bomber is used to determine whether or not the bomber inflicts hits or not. If the defending land unit rolls a 1 in combat, enemy air units may be selected as a casualty by the defending player. Okay, this is worded differently, and I think it's what it's meant to be. No, again, enemy air units can be okay, I got you. If a so for each 1 you roll in combat, and I think this was the normal rolls too. For each 1 you roll in combat, you get to select as the defender. You get to select, well, as the opponent, you get to select what units of the enemy take damage, and you're allowed to do it on air units as well as ground units. That's all it's saying. Okay, this actually makes sense then, even the way it's written. And the person using the planes cannot choose to use them to take casualties. You have to take the casualties on the ground units of your choice, where you have an option. Attacking land units. Okay. Bombers are the only air units that can attack enemy air units that are landed. Oh, landed air units, yeah. Bombers may attack enemy aircraft within range of the bomber, not on patrol. These enemy aircraft may not intercept the bomber and any escorting fighters if the bomber is declared to be attacking the landed aircraft. However, other enemy aircraft within range can intercept, and obviously any patrols can. When attacking the landed aircraft, the bomber simply uses its strength to determine whether hits are scored or not. If no hits are scored in 1 round, the bomber and any escorting fighters then withdraw. At this point, the bomber and its escorts may be intercepted by the attacking landed air units in addition to other units still. Now, You know what I haven't gotten? A cost for using any of these planes other than putting them on patrol. Putting them on patrol costs a supply point. These other missions don't appear to cost you anything. Maybe I'm missing something. I don't recall there being a supply cost in the supply rules. We can look at the supply rules again. Do we have air units? Air units during an offensive. For every 3, okay. So 3 units participating in offensives cost a supply point, and 3 units in air combat or moving on the map. Yeah, so every time you use air units, they cost 1/3 of a point. But not interceptions, as far as I can see, because that, unless they happen maybe during the air phase, and patrol has a higher cost because you're continuously flying. And maybe involved in more than one fight. Of course, you may pay all that cost for the fuel and the ammo and whatnot and the repairs and get shot down on your first interception as a patrol. Too bad. Okay. ACEs. ACEs are used like fighter units, but they may not attack supplies or participate in land offensives. In air-to-air combat and escorting, however, they act in the same way as fighter units. They have their strength printed in the form of a number. Let me show you an example of this. Now, unlike La Grande Guerre, ACEs, where they are in the Germans. These are fighters, I think. I can't really read. No, those are bombers. Where do I have my ACEs? I gotta have a pile. That's headquarters. Here we go. Here's an ace. So they have a big a number on them, and if we come in, we got the name as well. Nothing on the back. No strength. Their strength is a single fixed value. Unlike in La Grande Guerre, where air units generate aces, and actually the air unit becomes more powerful, basically. Here, the ace is just something you get according to your schedule. Everything in this game is kind of by schedule, although cards can affect some of it. Aces have their strength printed on their counter in the form of a number. This is the combat strength of the unit, but not the amount of hits it can take. It can only take 1 hit. However, when an ace is hit, you roll a die. And there's a 50-50 chance the ace is returned to the force pool for placement the following seasonal turn, which probably indicates he got shot down and injured or something like that. Some of them are very powerful. There are like 8s in there for Richthofen. Aces are free for the big Richthofen, not his brother. Aces are free and enter the game on their entry dates. The death of an ace, though, causes a national morale loss, okay? That sounds right so far, of 1 NMP. NMPs are not those. NMPs are the temporary points. Stop it. This game is This is the first time we've seen this where it combines both. Okay, let's talk about the last thing here in the air units, the Zeppelins and German bombers. Zeppelins are available only to Germany and are used to bomb London. Zeppelin units are based at Cologne or Dusseldorf. At a cost of 1 supply point per Zeppelin unit taken from any German supply depot on the Western Front, these can be used to bomb London, which is represented in the London box. I don't know where that is. There it is. Okay. I knew where I would look, I just didn't know where I would find. Which has its own role. To conduct an attack, a die is, you can put planes in there basically. To conduct an attack, a die is rolled for each participating Zeppelin. On 1 through 5, the Zeppelin is moved to the London box. On a 6 through 10, it's returned to Cologne or Dusseldorf, and you wasted a supply. On a successful roll, the Zeppelins attempt to bomb London. They simply roll a die, and the result, halved, is the amount of national morale Britain loses. Now, here they use it right. Not national morale points, national morale. Or NMLs, which is never used in the rules after it's introduced. After the Zeppelins conduct their attack, any British fighter units present within London can then attack the Zeppelins. On a roll equal to or less than twice the strength of the fighter, the Zeppelin is destroyed. Otherwise, the Zeppelins return to Cologne or Dusseldorf. When a Zeppelin is destroyed, however, the British increase their NM by 2 NMPs. Again, the wrong usage, but this page seems to really like using the dual usage. It's just wrong. Zeppelins are one hit, and when destroyed are returned to the force pool. They cost 8 NMPs. The correct usage, those are the things you buy with. But when I was reading this at first, I'm like, whoa, like I lose a Zeppelin and I lose 8 national morale points. Oh, okay, that's not bad. But what's this? I'm only losing the temporaries? No. If Cologne or Dusseldorf is captured by the Allies, Zeppelins may no longer be used. After 1917, German bomber units in Belgium, west of Brussels, may also bomb the London box. Defending fighters on a roll equal to or less than the strength of the fighters score a hit on the bomber units. The defending fighters get 2 rounds of combat to try to destroy the bombers, and if the bombers survive, they must return to the hex from which they took off. German bombers destroyed over London give a national morale boost identical to that given when the Zeppelins are destroyed. I'm assuming if you don't, like, if you survive, they get to bomb and get to do damage. That's not that's not marked in here. The effects of the bombers being successful is not discussed here. I'm assuming they work kind of like the Zeppelins for this. In terms of, like, if they successfully bomb, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, they don't discuss what the bombers do at all. Are they as good as Zeppelins? Are they less? I don't know. Not discussed. Maybe half rounded down. I have no idea. There are 2 sedentary units. Oh, okay. We're not going to deal with this. Fortresses and trenches. We'll get to that in a little bit. But you can see the list of fortresses is relatively small. And those are the only ones put on the map. Those can't be built. They can never be built or I think they can be destroyed. I think they can be abandoned, essentially. But maybe I'm thinking of another game. But, like, yeah, I may be thinking of the World War I thing that I played recently that was horrible. What was it? Empires and Alliances. It's based on fucking Guns of August, but I think actually worse. I had a miserable time playing that. All right, I'm gonna plug this in because the batteries need to be charged. Very much not cool. It's like 4 or 5 hours later. Still haven't slept. You know, I was on like 5 hours sleep. I caught, I don't know, a couple hours of nap. And now I'm like, I was thinking I would go shopping. I don't feel like I can because I don't know, I'm not feeling all that tired, but like I've been laying down and resting, but I'm just not able to fall asleep. Even though it's daytime, you know, I should be able to then. All right, let's take a look. I need to rearrange things. My foot is itching something terrible. Thought is that I'll fall asleep early tonight, sleep a long night through, and be able to go tomorrow. But I'll probably fucking fall asleep at like 2 in the afternoon or something stupid like that. All right, let's look at the... I had to play with my pipe too. And no, that wasn't a euphemism. Okay, so there's 2 sedentary units, fortresses and trenches. They're the same in that they can both take casualties in the place of units sharing their hex, and they can't move. Fortresses and trenches have strength points, but these are only used to take casualties. In battles, if a defending unit in a trench or fortress takes a hit, the trench can take the casualty and not the unit. Seems like the fortresses can too. I don't think they can be destroyed though, so I'm not sure. Fortresses are on the map from the start, and new ones cannot be built. They cannot be repaired, okay? Oh, that's why you need the 2s and 1s, because the 3s get damaged. And yeah, unlike trenches, they can't be repaired. Okay, cool. Fortresses have a maximum strength of 3 and are not affected by weather or tanks. Here's a list of where they all are. They can be captured if the fortress is not occupied. It's not damaged or destroyed when captured, but they can't be captured. Like, with troops in them, I don't think they can easily be captured. But they're not affected by tank attacks. So, like, if the tank gets a hit, but I don't know how you... I guess you have to allocate each die roll separately. Wow. I'm going to need more than 2 dice for this game anyway. It's a bucket of dice game. Luckily, I have all my 10-siders in like one big place, so I can dump out lots. Trenches are available starting in October 1914. They can be built at a cost of 1 supply point per strength point of trenches. They have a maximum strength of 3. They're built and paid for during reinforcement phase and can only be built or upgraded in a hex that had not been attacked during the offensive phase. They can also only be built or upgraded in a hex which contains infantry or cavalry. Again, cav don't seem to have any restrictions on them. They're as good as infantry. That had not been used during the turn. How do you mark that? I don't know. You sure can't rotate the counters because that starts causing issues. I guess you could like leave the activation markers between turns or something. I don't know. It's during the reinforcement phase. When is the reinforcement phase? Is that every turn? Yes. Okay. So if something doesn't have an activation marker on it because it's at the end of the turn, you can get the reinforcements then. Okay. So on turn 1, you can build anyway, they can only build 1 strength point per turn. So on turn 1, you can build 1 strength point by paying a supply point. On turn 2, you can upgrade it by paying another supply point. On turn 3, you can upgrade it again. You can also rebuild trenches that have been reduced in strength in the same manner, but not right after they were reduced, because then they would have been in combat. Thus, in the reinforcement phase, you simply remove 1 supply point and add a trench marker where desired. They're affected by weather and can be negated by tanks and gas attack. I don't remember how they're affected by weather. One of the things that helps when reading the rules, and this doesn't happen when I'm just reading through them, is to look stuff up when I have those questions. So how are they affected by weather? Trenches with only 1 strength point cannot be taken as casualties when it's raining. And that appears to be the only time when there's any effect. Okay. I don't believe trenches can be captured. If an enemy trench is captured, it is reduced in strength by 1 and belongs to the capturing alliance. How about that? They can. But the thing we just looked up Trenches with only one strength point cannot be taken as casualties. That last strength point will be destroyed. So if you have troops in it, you'll be probably taking your casualties on the trench before you abandon the hex. So very seldomly will they be affected. But the tanks and gas attacks might have further effects. Now, we looked at tanks already. What is their special effect on trenches? I think they can't. When attacking units in trenches, the defending units suffer a -1 DRM, and any hits inflicted by the tanks cannot be taken by trenches. So I'd have to roll separate dice for the tanks, as I mentioned. Okay. So there are some conditions where maybe you'll capture trenches too. Gas units. Gas becomes available when the relevant event card is drawn. I want to look at these events to see if they generate gas for both sides at the same time. It's per nation, which makes more sense to me. Now, Le Grand Guerre, I believe, has, if you get a gas counter, it's more effective when you first use it, and then as it decreases in effectiveness, eventually I think the other side gets the same gas. Like, they figure it out automatically. Here, though, and that makes sense because there's a whole cup full of chits that are your event and tech. Well, I think they may be separate, but your tech chits. You have a whole cup of tech chits, and it's a larger pool than what's available for the cards here, and the cards mix everything together. When using gas before 17, casualties inflicted on the defender cannot be taken in the form of trenches. Okay. Gas attack takes place during the pre-bombardment phase. For each gas unit used in the pre-bombardment, a die is rolled. Oh, gas units cost 5 NMP, proper usage there, and are placed directly on supply depots. Okay. Gas attacks take place in pre-bombardment. For each gas unit used, a die is rolled. On 1 or 2, 1 casualty is inflicted on the defenders. On a 3 or 4, 2 casualties are inflicted. On a 5 through 9, there's no result and the gas is discarded. You paid a whole bunch for it. On a roll of 10, the gas inflicts a casualty on friendly attacking units. It doesn't get worse over time, like less effective, except maybe, I don't know, that it can be used on trenches eventually, but like the losses can be taken on the trenches. During and after 17, gas does not cause casualties, oh, here we go, but does cause a DRM. Okay, well, then it won't inflict casualties on trenches still. On a roll of 1 to 2, 1 defending unit has a DRM of -1. That's a bad thing for them. They won't hit as well. On a 3 to 4, 2 have a DRM of -1. On a 5 through 9, no result. On a 10, 1 attacking unit has a DRM of -1. On the first round of combat only. That's a lot to spend on the DRM. The losses, it's still a lot to spend. 5 NMP. I'd be sorely tempted not to use gas. Okay. Terrain. Weather effects on terrain is explained above, and we hit those rules. Terrain affects movement of units in land combat. Okay. The terrain can share hexes with other terrain. Only elevations and forests share terrain. Not sure what that means exactly. I guess the elevation level and the forest can both be in the same hex. Is what it's talking about. But what it looks like is that elevation shares terrain with other elevation at least as often as more often than it shares it with forests, although there are some forests over here that I'm not sure quite what the height is. We look over here and I don't know This I can tell the height of. These I can tell the height of. I don't know about this. I'm guessing I can infer that it's this color, but I just don't know for sure. Anyhow, where are we here? As I work my way through slowly in my sleepiness. Only elevations in forest share terrain. When two different elevations share a box, the highest determines the terrain in the entire hex. Okay, so that fixes that. Rough is considered the lowest terrain and mountain the highest. No, clear is considered the lowest terrain. Rough is not this yellow. They're lying. This yellow, I believe, is clear, even though it looks kind of greener here. And the true yellow is the desert, but that's like this bright color. I don't know. But anyway, clear is the lowest terrain. As opposed to rough, which is slightly higher, I guess. And we got to swap batteries already. I don't feel like I've said anything. But I think this is the first Buckets of Dice game I've seen that doesn't use... Well, okay, not quite. There are other games I've seen that use Buckets of Dice that use varying dice. But this is the first one that I've seen that doesn't use D6s but uses a single kind of die. And the ones that use varying dice are not really wargame-ish type. I mean, I don't know. The one I'm thinking of is kind of a naval war type game. The type of dice is the type of shooting the spaceships do to each other. I don't think I've played it yet on video. When two different elevations, the highest, rough is the lowest of the non-clear, I guess. If forest terrain shares a hex with an elevation, the terrain of the hex is forest. So forest is the highest terrain then. It just trumps everything else. Okay, elevations. Rough doesn't affect movement. Gives a DRM of +1 to all defending land units. Heights. Cost 2 movement points to enter. Heights give a DRM of +1 to land units. And that's going to be the... So this is the rough. This is the heights, I guess. The next one is mountain, which is this color here. A little bit darker. They cost 3 movement points, a DRM of +1 to defenders, and -1 to all attackers. And then finally, peaks. They're only hex side. Land units cannot cross hex sides covered by peaks. Zones of control do not extend over them. Headquarters range does not extend over them. You have to go around. But, strangely, artillery can fire over them. Now, artillery, as far as I understand, isn't like there's huge guns at the headquarters. It's more that the headquarters is dispatching the artillery. So it's kind of like the supplies, and I don't understand why you'd be able to fling the artillery there and not supplies. And it's not going to do you much good because you need supplies for the artillery. I mean, some other headquarters can give you support. Basically, you could throw a headquarters in just for the firepower. Okay. Clear and desert have no effects on movement or combat. Rivers are hex side terrain features. I'm not sure why desert exists, like different from clear, but rivers are hex side terrain features. They do not affect movement across hex sides occupied by rivers. I wonder what they do affect then. When attacking across a river, defending units fire before attacking land units, and any casualties inflicted on the attackers are discarded immediately before the attackers fire. In addition, the attacking units suffer a -1 DRM. That's nasty. Rivers are serious defensive lines here. If not all attacking land units are crossing a river to enter the hex, the defender does not fire first, but the units crossing the river still get the -1 DRM. Again, you might have to roll different colored dice. Amphibious assaults are considered the same as attacks across rivers, which means, I guess, defender first fire. Nasty. Lakes. Land units may not cross hex sides covered by lakes. Lake zone of control doesn't extend over lakes. Headquarter range does not extend over lakes, but artillery can fire over them again. Again, it feels like they're firing from far away, but like it's feeling like cruise missile range and stuff, not normal artillery range. These hexes, the scale is different on every map, so I don't even know if it tells me anything in the scale. Hold on. You're not giving me the information on the hex scale. Now, obviously, there were some really big guns that could fire at a long distance, but you're talking about the distance of the amount of territory that a unit can move in a month. I mean, okay, in a week. Because August and September, they can move in a week, that territory. And turns... It's kind of weird because, honestly, stuff redeploying in the back should be able... Yes, it can use rails, but without using rails, it should be able to move 4 times as far if it can do it in 1914. It's not like, you know, the mobility of units got severely restricted in the backfields. It may be just, hey, it doesn't matter, but it's that kind of thing that pisses me off. Forests, 2 movement points to enter. The attacker gets a -1 DRM for attacking land units. Tanks cannot enter forests. Air units may not attack land units in forests and may not occupy forests. Well, it sounds like they can't attack anything in forests if they can't even occupy them. What else would you attack? Supplies. That's close to land units. Air units, but they can't occupy them. I don't know. Marshlands. 2 movement points to enter a marsh with no combat effect. I'm sorry, that's marshlands. Marshes are hex-side terrain features. Okay, let's see the difference between these two. Here's a marshland, here's a marsh. Okay, the marsh looks a lot like what I thought a forest would look like. I'm guessing this is a forest because it should be. See, I hate having to try to figure out what the terrain is based on, so this is obviously marsh, but that's all marshland. It's not on a hex side. I'm trying to see if there's anywhere where I see this hex side marsh feature and what that would look like. Here's one. It's a different color. This looks very green, whereas this looks kind of blue. Forests look greener than this on here. I really wish they could use the same thing. I don't know if I see any marsh hex sides here. We found one in France. That may be the only one on the board. Was that really worth having a whole terrain type for that I have to go look at because there's like one element, one instance of it? Yeah, that feels pretty fucking wasteful to me. Okay. Their hex side features: land units may not cross hex sides covered by marshes. Zone of control does not extend over them. Headquarters range does not extend over them. Artillery can fire. Wow. So they're like really nasty, like lakes. Just fucking draw a lake in and call it a marsh. I mean, they have the same effects. Okay, event cards. Got the pile of them over here. They're drawn during seasonal turns. They can announce certain events, technological advances, or can be used during offensive phases. At the end of each autumn seasonal turn, starting in 1915, there aren't any cards for 1914. The cards for the subsequent year are, are added to the deck, and the deck is shuffled. At the end of each seasonal turn, the cards are shuffled as well. Only have cards in the deck that are for the current year or past years. Now, why am I reshuffling at the end of each seasonal turn? That feels weird. There are allied and central powers cards. They must be kept in their own decks. Private and public events. There's two types of cards, public and private. They all look like one use to me. When a public card is drawn, whatever effects the event card causes or announces is made viewable to everyone immediately, and the instructions are followed. When a public card is drawn, it is discarded after instructions are followed. It doesn't go back in the deck. When a private card is drawn, the player who drew the card does not announce the subject. They must follow the instructions on the card and may keep the card for use later in the game, if the instructions permit. Once a private card is used, however, it must be made public. And it doesn't talk about what you do with them, but they don't really seem like things that you'd recover into your deck. So I don't know why you keep reshuffling every seasonal turn. Okay. Using. Event cards which cause a national morale shift or some other immediate effect are used immediately when drawn, but some cards, these are the ones that could actually be put back in. But some cards are to be used during the offensive phase. For example, if the Allies draw the Creeping Barrage card, okay, so that technology is in here, the Allies will have increased artillery strength for 1 turn. Thus, during the offensive phase, that's why I don't remember them. They don't have much effect. They don't become just a new tactic or anything like that. Thus, during the offensive phase and the declarations of individual offensive subphase of the Allied player's choice, the Allies may make this private card public. During that turn, all Allied artillery would have an increased artillery strength. Only 1 card per turn can be used by an alliance during the entirety of the offensive phase. I think that's 1 held card, because you don't control the public cards, so like you can hold a private card, and even if you get screwed into... Okay. Each seasonal turn, yeah, because they happen, seasonal turns aren't real turns. You draw a certain amount of cards, and you can see the Allies get the most in turn 3 in 1917 here. After 1915, there should always be 1 extra card in each deck of cards at the end of the year. That card remains in the deck for the subsequent year. If the game continues after 1918, 1 card is drawn by each alliance per seasonal turn until all cards are drawn. I think that means 1 season. Yeah. Anyway, what do we got here? We got special rules for each nation. We're getting to the end. This is the extent of the rules, and they have not answered a bunch of questions that I had about it. But I do feel like the gist of the game is there. It's just things like those supply rules. What was it? The sea supply was fucked up. The symbolic objectives didn't make sense. But I think everything else kind of does. All right. When a nation enters the game, the national morale level is set on the track and the nation is played like any other active nation. I actually have them all on the track already. I guess I don't need to. The reason for that is because I have the units for all the nations are supposed to be set up to begin with. When a nation surrenders, its national morale is set to 0 and all of that nation's units are removed from the map. Any enemy cities or hexes controlled by that nation are liberated. I guess that generates national morale for the country that gets them back. Probably no symbolic, though. Any enemy cities or hexes controlled, any cities or hexes controlled by an enemy nation remain in the control of that enemy nation. Formerly friendly and enemy units may pass freely through the surrendered nation, but new territory may not be captured. Once a nation surrenders, the conquering nation must keep 1 infantry unit present in each occupied city within that surrendered nation with a national morale value. The national morale value of each city not occupied by an infantry unit is deducted from the national morale level. That's the bad stuff. That's the real points of your nation. Of the conquering nation until an infantry is placed in that city. What does that mean? Is that a per turn? Or do I just lose that national morale until I garrison it and then I get it back? Remember, I've already gotten that national morale by capturing the space, but I don't need to garrison the spaces while I'm at war. And I think this is not unreasonable. So my initial thought had been you lose national morale level every turn, but I don't think that's the case. I think if you're not occupying the city, you lose the national morale for it until you go occupy it again. Now, why do you not need to occupy it while you're like fighting the country? Because you've got so many troops in that theater that the garrisons are kind of assumed. But garrisoning the territory once you've conquered the country and have a hunk of it requires additional troops. You know, the forces that are in the front are already abstracting away your need for garrisons is basically how I'm seeing this. Okay. Nations surrender during the national morale phase. Thus, if surrender terms have been met during the turn, but changes have been made so that the national morale phase, the surrender terms no longer met, the nation does not surrender. At any time during the game, any nation can declare war on any other nation that will join an opposing alliance. If this occurs, the nation that was declared war on immediately becomes active. There might be some kind of advantage to, like, I don't know, trying to get the jump on Romania or something. Probably not, but who knows. Counters with a flag and the name of a country can be used to denote ownership of a certain hex or city. They're primarily used to identify the flags of the various nations. Yeah, well, okay. There are also the captured markers. Albania is not an active nation and cannot become an active nation. Over there. It can be freely entered by all units, and its cities can be captured by the Central Powers only, though they can be liberated by the Allies. And Tirana actually has a national morale value, so it is of worth to take. The Allies, however, can use the Albanian ports. They're of no use to the Central Powers. Territory marked Albania within the light green border on the Balkan front. Okay. So it tells me the color of the border of the country. And I guess this is light green here that looks like yellow to me, but whatever. Whereas the other side, Greece, is another thing. Austria-Hungary starts the game at war with the Central Powers, has 125 NMPs. Not true, it has 125 national morale level. Yes, it also generates 125 NMPs, but that doesn't matter. All territory marked Austria-Hungary within the light gray border on Eastern, Balkan, and Italian fronts. And again, so borders are going to be doubled, I guess. So we see here, Italy has sort of a yellowish, and there's kind of this little bit of gray here. Here we look, Russia has green, there's kind of a white here. I guess that's supposed to be gray. That kind of stuff. Yeah, here Romania's red and we got white on it. They tell me what the flag looks like. Austria-Hungary surrenders when Vienna or Budapest are captured and controlled by the Allied powers for 2 complete turns. Austria-Hungary will also surrender if its national morale ever reaches 50 NML. There's 3 things that affect its political effects on national morale. So German surrender costs it 50. Ottoman surrender 15. Bulgarian surrender 10. And again, those are NMLs. I'm going to look for special cases, but I'm also going to look for the surrender effects, surrender terms. So Belgium surrenders when all Belgian hexes are controlled by the Central Powers. If no Belgian supply centers remain in Allied control, Belgium can place its units on any Allied-controlled Belgian town. If none of these remain, Belgium can place its units on any Allied-controlled Belgian hex. They get impacted by French surrender. Bulgaria comes in 1915 based on an event card. Bulgaria surrenders when Sofia is captured and controlled by the Allied powers for 2 complete turns, or if its national morale reaches 20. It's affected by German, Austrian, and Ottoman surrender. France surrenders when Paris is captured and held for 3 complete turns. It also surrenders if its national morale drops down to 45. It's affected by Russian, Belgian, Italian surrender, but also positively by American entry. France has a bunch of special rules. Every turn that a German unit is within 3 hexes of Paris, the French get 1 free infantry reinforcement to be placed during this reinforcement phase. This must be placed within 3 hexes of Paris. If no French infantry units are within 3 hexes, it's saved for the following turn. That's going to be a pain in the ass to record, but okay. The French army mutiny occurs when the relevant card is drawn, starting in 1918. I'm sorry. No, it ends in the January 1918 turn. If it's not drawn in 1917 but is drawn in 1918, the mutiny only occurs if the U.S. hasn't joined the war. If this is the case, the mutiny lasts until the Americans join. The French army mutiny is kept private until a French offensive is declared. I'm guessing it's a Central Powers card. During the French army mutiny, attacks may be refused. After the declaration of individual offensives takes place, a die is rolled for each French headquarters activated. On a 1 through 5, it goes through. On a 6 through 10, it doesn't take place and the headquarters is activated, and so cannot be used for the remainder of the turn. And I'm guessing this all affects whether or not you succeed with big pushes and stuff, which could be very problematic. French overseas headquarters. They have an Army of the East, which is only allowed in the Balkan and Middle Eastern fronts. It's only allowed to activate units. French Plan 17. During August 1914 turns, the French must conduct several big pushes. France must conduct 2, each lasting at least 2 turns, anywhere south of Luxembourg. They must also conduct 1 big push offensive lasting at least 1 turn, south of the hex line containing the Belgian town of La Roche. I'm guessing they have to do 3 total then. I don't know if that ran out of space on the camera again. Anyway, we know that means it's going to be a stupidly long video. Where were we? If these 3, so one of the big pushes has to be south of the hex line containing La Roche. I don't know where La Roche is. There it is. Now, that's basically here they say anywhere. So 2 of them have to be south of Luxembourg. The third one, I guess, can be pretty much Luxembourg or south of it. But it's got to be 3 separate ones. If you don't do this, France takes a 60 NML loss on the August 1914 seasonal turn. But then it's reimbursed after the seasonal turn. So it gets a temporary huge hit on its production. This might be worth it. Plan 17 is gonna kill you. Each of these have to last 2 turns. This one only has to last, the third one has to last 1 turn. Might be able to do those, but I know that, like, from La Grande Guerre, the Plan 17 is just devastating to the French. And, you know, I don't remember how bad it was in offensive à outrance. But my feeling is it's going to force the French to make some pretty nasty attacks against the Germans in some well-defended terrain, although they don't have the amount of fortifications that they have in some of these other games. So maybe I can gain ground. Who knows? It's not the best terrain, but that's okay. Anyway, I'll probably go through with it, but we'll see if it costs me 60 production points. Remember, each infantry strength point is like 3 NMPs. We get the cost here. No, 4. Oh, there were only 3. Oh, Cav is 3, right? Yeah, Cav is only 3. So each infantry strength point is 4. Losing 15 strength points is going to get me to that 60 points of production. I might be better off not doing it, but again, at least I'd be causing hits to the Germans. I'm going to do it because I want to see the historical situation more than anything else. I think there's quite a good chance that I'll decide it's not worth it in this game. Whereas in Le Grand Guerre, it affects your actual permanent, well, it's not permanent national will, but it affects it heavily enough that, like, you're endangering, I think, some of the bad morale effects, which can spiral downward very quickly on a series of bad rolls. Okay, that's France. Germany, a whole lot of NML. Germany surrenders when Berlin is captured and held by the Allies for 3 complete turns. I like that. Like, that it doesn't just fall if it's taken by, like, some bad defense and the Russians get through. Same thing with Paris. If you can retake it within a few turns, I feel like that gives you a little bit of leeway. In either case, they shouldn't fall, but and Germany surrenders if its national morale level reaches 125. And again, they put it at NMPs. They can't use that single thing for both the production and what's related there, and it's just causing me so much irritation. They're affected by Austrian, Bulgarian, Ottoman surrender, but on the positive side, I'm sorry, they're also affected negatively by American entry, but on the positive side by Russian surrender. Now, they have special rules too, of course. Bruckmüller, an artillery officer for the Germans. Once his event card is drawn, the Germans can place the Bruckmüller counter onto the map on any German-controlled hex. He can move an unlimited distance, but must occupy a hex with a headquarters to be used. The headquarters where he's used has artillery with a +1 DRM on attack and defense. He cannot be captured and retreats whenever an enemy enters his hex. Cool. Yeah. The German South Army can only be used to activate units for combat on East Balkan, Transcaucasus, and Middle Eastern front maps. This is interesting. It's more liberally available in Le Grand Guerre. I don't know if... I don't remember if balance of power has a particular limitation on it, and nor Paths of Glory for that matter. But having played I played a fair amount of Paths of Glory, to be honest, but I don't remember shit about it. But having played a lot of Le Grand Guerre, I know that particular army, I end up using it on the Italian front fairly often, or south to strengthen Austria against Russia. So I'm more limited in terms of where I can put it. Great Britain. They happen to own Egypt. We have a bunch of different countries. The Australian, Canadian, New Zealand, Portuguese, and Indian forces are all, they say cocky brown. It's kind of like glittery gold, to be honest. I find it difficult to tell some of these flags, particularly the Canadian. No, the Australian and New Zealand look very similar. It's not that big a deal, but yeah, okay. The color of the stars is the difference. Surrender. Great Britain surrenders when France has surrendered and all ports in northern France and Belgian coasts have been occupied by the Central Powers. Should be pretty easy once France surrenders to take those. French surrender also causes a big hit. Russian surrender, a little hit. American entry, a little gain. The Channel ports, oh, they're listed here. Newport is one of them. These Channel ports double as supply centers for the British. British units and supplies can be placed directly, so I don't have to pay anything for them. Which is good, because depending on how I handle, how I interpret the naval roles, like the naval placement roles, could have a big effect on that. I don't have to pay a half point per unit. I think it's going to be a half point per unit to go anywhere navally, and the supply is more expensive, and that's the only thing. But I'm not sure if that's what's meant, because they are contradictory. Each Channel port has a national morale value for France and Belgium. It should be France or Belgium. When captured, this would be deducted from France or Belgium and given to the conquering nation. However, in addition, if these are captured, the Brits also lose the national morale from them. In May 1917, each of the Channel ports are doubled in NM value for the British because of submarine warfare. When a British division is destroyed, the British national morale is decreased by 1. Dominion divisions, they're not British, have a +1 DRM when attacking with other units of the same Dominion in the same offensive or defending together with other units of the same Dominion in the same hex. These kind of little things, they're going to be hard to remember. New Zealand and Australian cooperate together to get this +1 if they're working together. The British have 2 vital interests in the Middle East, aside from the value of the cities in Egypt. These are the Suez Canal and the Abadan oil fields. Find Abadan over here. It's got a high value on its own. For every turn that a Turkish unit shares a hex side with the Suez Canal, Britain loses 3 national morale. So if a Turkish unit is present there for whatever, once all Turkish units are removed, the British national morale is increased by the amount lost from the Turkish presence. That's a pain in the ass. Again, gonna have to record stuff on paper or something to remember what the losses are. Abadan oil fields are represented by Abadan. It's considered Persian, but if captured by the Central Powers, Britain loses the 5 NM the city is worth, as well as an additional 10 for a total of 15. And of course, Turkey gains some. If the British capture Abadan, their national morale is increased by the 5 that it's worth. If they capture Abadan after the Central Powers occupied it, they're also reimbursed by the 10. Indian divisions. These are best used on the Middle Eastern front, where they suffer no penalty. On all other front maps, the Indians take a -1 DRM on attack and defense. They can be placed in Egyptian ports at a cost of only 1 supply point from the nearest supply depot. Indian divisions can otherwise be placed on friendly coastal hexes on the Middle Eastern front at the cost of 2. Indian divisions are labeled as Indian except for the 3rd Lahore, 6th Pune, and 7th Meerut divisions. They don't have a flag, so there's no easy way to tell other than by reading the tiny little indications on them. London is represented by the London box. We looked at this already. It's used as a target for Zeppelin attacks. The British may build fighter units directly in it as if it were a supply center. There's Portuguese divisions that are entered into the force pool. When the event card is drawn, they're treated as British. They're in the force pool, so you gotta pay British production to build them. British overseas headquarters. Certain headquarters are limited to only a few fronts. The Egyptian Expeditionary and Mesopotamia Expeditionary are only to activate units for combat in the Middle East front map. The Mediterranean Expeditionary and Salonika are only allowed to activate for units on the Balkan front. Strangely enough, there's no limitation on the West Front British headquarters, so you could put heavier armies into expeditions in the Balkans or in the Middle East, if you so desired. That's probably going to be pretty hard to do. Or throw them up into Russia. Interesting, eh? The British Expeditionary Force headquarters and all British units must be set up adjacent to the French channel ports at the beginning of the game. That's in the setup. They may not move these units until the second weekly turn of August 1914 because there's shipping in. Greece. Only 25 NMP. Greece surrenders when France surrenders, or Salonika is captured by the Central Powers for 3 turns, and no other non-Greek allied units are present in Greece. Athens is not on the map. Ottomans, Bulgarians, and Serbians all affect them. 2 of those positive. The Allies can land in Greek territory before the Greek entry into the war. Once the Allies do so, the Central Powers may enter Greece without declaring war on Greece. Greece only enters when the event card is drawn, unless the Central Powers declares war on them for no good reason. Italy. Gets a card, I guess, in 15. 80 national morale. Italy surrenders when Venice is captured and held for 3 complete turns, or if the national morale reaches 30. French surrender is a huge effect, Russian a minor effect. Luxembourg, not an active nation, cannot become an active nation. It can be freely entered by anyone, and its cities are captured by the Central Powers only, although they can be liberated by the Allies. If liberated by the Allies, they're not going to give anybody any points, but they take them away from the Germans. I'm presuming the Germans are the ones occupying. The Netherlands, no one can enter the Dutch territory. No one can declare war on them. Easy enough. The Turks, they have an entry date of November 14. I think they automatically enter at that date. All territory marked Ottoman Empire, because it's not by card. Yeah. We read that. Turkey surrenders when Constantinople is captured and occupied by allies for 3 complete turns, or if their national morale reaches 35. German surrender is a huge loss, of course. Austrian and Bulgarians are also penalties. Caucasus objectives. If Kars, Ardahan, and Bantam are captured by the Ottomans, they get 5 extra NM in addition to the level of the cities themselves. If one of these cities is recaptured by the Russians, they lose those 5. Kars, Ardahan, and Batum. Let's take a look. Kars, Batum, Ardahan. They want to take them anyway, but if Russia surrenders, the Ottoman map occupy Kars, Ardahan, Batum, and Sarakamish, whether or not they were captured before the Russian surrender. If the 3 cities are captured only after a Russian surrender, they do not get the special 5 national morale. Berlin-Constantinople Railway, if a link between them is established through capture of Serbian, Greek, or Romanian railways, the Ottoman Empire gets a gain of 10. It doesn't look like that goes away. Persia's not active. However, everyone can enter it and both sides can capture any hexes in Persia. There are some victory point cities, notably this one, and Tabriz up here. Romania, by card. Romania surrenders when all cities are captured or occupied by the Central Powers for a complete turn, or if Russia surrenders. Russia, not a whole lot of national morale. I mean, not terrible. Look, what was Britain? Britain's 160, so only 5 more than Russia, but Russia has a lot more that it can lose. Russia surrenders when St. Petersburg has been captured and occupied by the Central Powers for one complete turn, or when its national morale reaches 70. I'm curious, is Moscow on this? I don't believe so. Let me get to like Minsk here. Okay. Interesting. St. Petersburg is the inset map up there. Where are we? French surrender, big hit. Romanian, Ottoman, Austrian. I mean, frankly, if one major power surrenders, the others on its side are going to be in trouble. Yeah, one of the big ones. The Russian Revolution occurs when the Russian Revolution event card is drawn and national morale is at or below 140. Now, it starts at 155. Russia is going to be below 140 almost assuredly unless they're kicking ass. But it does give you something. All Russian units are reduced in strength by 1 strength point when it happens. Any units which were at 1 strength point are destroyed. All Russian units get a -1 DRM defending and a -2 when attacking. In addition, a die has to be rolled before an attack can occur, like the French Mutiny. On a 1 through 4, the attack goes through. 5 through 10, it's canceled, and the activated headquarters remains activated, i.e. can't be used. The only units unaffected by the Russian Revolution are Cossack cavalry, and they will say Cossack in very tiny letters somewhere on them. The Danube Army headquarters can only be used to activate units for combat on the Balkan front map for the Russians. I don't really like these limitations on the army placement. I don't know. I don't know why. Serbia and Montenegro, a national morale of 65. They have 2 different countries. Montenegro is a little tiny separate country, as it should be. Serbia surrenders when all of Serbia, Montenegrin, and Greek cities are occupied by the Central Powers. This is important because they historically fought on in Greece. I don't know if Montenegro was fully taken. Serbian units can be evacuated to Greece at the cost of 1 supply point per unit, paid either by the British or French. The Serbian unit must be on a coastal hex in Montenegro or Albania. The Serbians must then be placed in Greece or in Corfu, which has its own little box. Rather big comparatively. Units may also simply march into Greece. That's not going to cost you anything, but can't rail there until Greece is at war. This box can only be used by the Allies if the Serbians are evacuated to it. It's a holding box for units considered to be on the Balkan front. Thus, movement from this box to Balkan territory doesn't cost extra supply units unless an amphibious assault is taking place. The amphibious assault doubles the cost of doing the shipping, but if it's 1 per 2, I don't know what the hell. Like, this is, again, not working with my most recent, which seems to imply that it's going to cost 1 per every 2 units for any naval shipment. I don't know. Switzerland is unable to be moved into. We got to swap batteries. The reason I limited the rules, like I didn't do the full read through on something like La Grande Guerre. I also didn't do it on A World at War. This is a much smaller game, but it's still, you know, when we get rid of, say, the setup and whatnot, 40 pages of rules about, a little less than that. Okay, call it 33. Okay, there's not much left, though. We're almost there. So, America. Comes in 17 when the card comes up. 150 NMs. They surrender when Britain and France surrender. Unlike all other units, there's 2 units for each American division, both at 4 maximum strength. When an American division is purchased, both of its units must be purchased. These half divisions each have a maximum strength of 4, and they're always treated as regular units. I don't know what that means. When the 2 half divisions from the same division attack together, they get a DRM +1. When they're stacked together, they get a +1 DRM on defense. This is annoying because it's hard to read. Unlike the flags for the nationalities, they're going to be hard. American arrival in France. American units are built directly on the Seine map in addition to any French town. At any French town. They may then move on to the Western Front. If American units are to move to another front map, they must be moved to a channel port and then can move to other maps for the same cost as British for overseas movement. I assume they can move to other maps naturally as well, like the East Front. If somehow they can cut through Germany, I don't know. All right. Notably, if we look at the setup, we'll talk about victory in a little bit. I don't remember where the campaign is. Is it the first thing or something else? Western Front. Must have a grand campaign scenario because I did it. Yeah, here we are, and we find the U.S. You're supposed to set up all units, including an active unit of powers that aren't active in the game. I'm looking for the U.S. I'm looking. I know I saw them. Great Britain, France. Italy, United States. American Expeditionary Force, that's the headquarters, and the 1st Infantry Division, I'm guessing both pieces, are set up on the Seine map. That's troublesome. I refuse to do it. I will put them there when the U.S. enters. They'll be set up there freely. I refuse to put them on the board because it doesn't make any sense that they'd be there. It is possible that the Germans could get on that map and fight through it. And that's over there covering Western France. Victory. Allies win ultimate victory if they cause the surrender of Germany, Austria-Hungary, and the Ottomans before January 1918. They get a major victory if they do it before November 18. And a minor victory if they do it between November 18 and December of 1920. It's a draw if there's no result by 1920. Central Powers get a minor victory if they can force France, Great Britain, and Russia to surrender between 18 and 20. They get a major between January and October of 18. And they get ultimate if they do it before January of 1918. If the game is historically accurate, it should be pretty hard for the Central Powers to get a win. But I'm okay with it not being particularly balanced. Here they talk about this. The grand scenario encompasses all the rules, uses all 7 maps, uses all units. Here it says no new units are added to the force pool. Okay, units are added to the force pool when they come in as reinforcements each turn. And that's really about it. I've got to finish the setup. I think I've got a good enough view on the rules to be able to complete that. It's going to be painful because I have to do lookups on every unit that I can't see how strong it is. Some of them I'll be able to see, some of them I will not. And yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. But it was a lot of work to get it to this point. Not just explaining the rules. Reading the rules wasn't that bad initially. It certainly took a lot of time this time. But, and I still have to figure out how I'm going to cope with a couple of those rules. Again, in particular, the overseas, how much supply it costs to do overseas stuff. And what is the other one? Fucked if I remember. Oops. I can't remember what the other one is. I don't know. There was something else that they didn't connect. And also remembering some of the special cases. There aren't a huge amount. Most of them seem to apply to the Brits that I have to worry about. So, yeah. Well, let's send this up. I've already packaged up the majority in one video, so I'll just be adding this to that video and throwing it all up, and it's going to be like 4 hours again.